Previously. Teeth. And it continues. Got a feeling like Art's team here can sit back and build up a full-size stack of teeth. Scrape up whatever motes of matter fall into their hands while they're at it. Give them a bunch of the number that they want to go into the meat. The main follow-up question would then be, do I have them go and farm their stack of turtle shells as well during this window of meat prep? Determined. Let's see, they have already on hand currently none shells and 2 atoms. They could probably stand to have some shells before going meat-wise. They're definitely at a point where the one zombie dragon is a very reliable fight for them. Healthy supply of orbs. Use them wisely. Yeah, just make sure you have the glove on. This dispenses a fairly reasonable rate of teeth per minute. Adventure awaits! Bold and exciting new world. Victory against X Death. Limitless possibilities to follow. Let's see, what are you, Senunage. Which, we are out of money right now, so that's really not a tool that exists. If anything, I might pop one of you over into Samurai again. This is Darts, Ranger, Samurai, Monk, Thief. Yeah, it's fine. Here in this peaceful, relaxing, united world. Bird up! Now that Wood is defeated. Bird up. And yet, have it noted, none of these teams are going to do World 3. They can all get by on a single slab's worth of sealed weapons. Meteor isn't important. Three of these teams will Triple Crown. The last will just do a basic clear. You hate to see it, but sometimes that's just how it goes. Sometimes that's just Antlion. There's an amount of World 3 prep that's going to happen, but it just won't be clearing any of the tablet dungeons. It'll be grind and item farming. There are dancing teams, so I want to go get some rainbow gowns, which will be inconvenient without Red Mage.
Ah, FFiesta.
Fiesta. Well, Mug no longer contributes to this fight.
The antlion live here?
Yes. Maybe. We fell in a hole and an antlion was in it.
That's probably its house then, right?
This is brigandry. We were a vessel in motion. We did not join this antlion. How much meat is there in antlion?
Why do we call it scuttling a ship? It doesn't move sideways.
8,000 health of antlion. Brill can no longer breach antlion's armor except with critical hits. Oh. Teeth. Making a decent rate of teeth per minute.
Abbreviated TPM for this playing along at home. I've thoroughly lost what any given team is doing.
Yes. Means you're properly synchronized. They know exactly what they're doing.
At least someone does.
Top minds. Yeah, so objective for this grind is to just have a full stack of 100 -1 teeth. Any atoms that come along on the side are just bonus.
I need 4 score teeth.
And there might be a second round of farming out turtle shells, since there was a turtle shell location. A ways from here.
Shit, that's a good point. Crow's gonna have remastered pixel sprites.
Yes. All of these costumes will have HD redraws.
I saw my friend play Final Fantasy III very recently, and all the costumes in that were adorable. There was like that little gnome dude that does Geomancer, I guess he was.
Yes.
That sprite was adorable, because when he got hurt, he made these, like, you know, it looks like a baby, pretty much, in a 2-bit costume.
3 has good costumes for, alright, here's children on an adventure.
Here's the orphanage to go on an adventure. They're gonna fight death, I think.
They're going to find adventure.
You know, I finished Final Fantasy 1 for the first time in my life yesterday, and that was fucking, that game's good.
Mm-hmm.
Turns
Really
out,
good to see
old
people
games,
get to engage these old games in a
yeah,
slightly
when they have
cleaner environment.
just enough explaining themselves, it's suddenly a lot more accessible. And anyways, in this TED Talk, I'm going to talk about how the Elder Scrolls Final Fantasy II actually share a lot of DNA.
I mean, they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a designer thought, well, getting levels is weird, but don't they just get better at swinging the swords? Right?
If you just practice.
Like, it's very clear to see, like, well, that we did that, what if we did this?
Yeah, so overall status, one team has defeated World 2X Death. Two teams are preparing to go in there to fight World 2X Death. And remaining team is preparing for their crystal fight, which is not that far behind. That's one dungeon behind, one boss fight away from where these teams are right now. This team will very get to benefit from the flight rings, since crime is here. They'll do on-site procurement once we enter the meet.
That's the wrongest I could have read that name. I read Poison Eagle as Puppy Eater.
We don't know it isn't.
I could probably carry a puppy, right?
That could pick up an entire small dog, just crunch into it, inject its bird venom.
Liquefy its insides.
Right, here's this team inside Meat Fort doing meat things. I think they're just gaining the raw levels they need to be ready for meat fight. How many? 30 Phoenix down. Okay, yeah, these folks are loaded up and ready. Item-wise, maybe, probably. They could use more. You could always use more. Number could go up.
A bigger number is better than a small number.
What if the largest number simply destroys the others? Ah, the old.
So, like, can we talk about Chaos and how he's actually shockingly real for the entire game's difficulty curve is very casual until the Chaos is there and then he punches
Chaos
you in the dick.
has a knife.
It's crazy. He's the only actual threat in that game, really. It made me wake up and go, oh god, alright, I guess I'll temper, and then have the fighter, and then have Fight Guard fix it.
FF1 is calibrated so that the boss fights aren't long, but they are
very
sharp.
Dangerous. Chaos is about as long as the boss fight was ever, and that makes sense, it's the last one. You were trying to kill me and stop me from beating the game.
It is the final battle. This team is hanging out up here, grinding. This is where one makes the sausage.
Could you... So here's something I don't actually understand. Is Chaos killable with an all-magic team?
Yes.
Wouldn't it take a million years and a lot of ether?
Maybe. Well, it would take conserving your spells most of the way down, because, alright, the quad white mage and one white mage runs have both succeeded, so...
So here's another question. If you
exists.
use an item, which is a free infinite spell slot, so that's a solution, does that scale with your intelligence, or whatever the fuck?
In-combat item use was generally not great in the original. It works out better in the remake, since they added more items.
Because you can also just press the auto button and it'll go, okay, I'll use the gauntlet again. So you can just have, mages
magic
use a
item
spell.
use, yeah, those are load bearing.
Because it seems
Your
like the way
gauntlets,
to
your
make
Thor
end game,
hammer.
like it's way you find a cantrip in a treasure chest, basically. Is how that ends up working out.
That's what I was insinuating when you asked about. When you pointed out, like, it would be nice if there were cantrips. There they are.
Yeah.
They show up in the mid-game of, okay, you have infinite level 3 spells now. Use them as you'd like.
And like the jump from level 3 to like Fire Augur or whatever, because I don't think there's any items that let you cast Augur spells.
Nah.
Or if they were, I missed them. Okay, yeah. That makes sense because the jump from that to that is pretty noticeable. Also, yeah, Monk, I was shocked and pleased by how big in numbers Monk was popping out. I only chose, like, in the Chaos fight, I would have made him the Temper Machine if he would have been alive long enough. He benefits for that.
Yeah, that's FF1 Monkeys, Glass Cannon, Paper Cannon, Cloth Cannon.
I didn't check to see if evasion tanking is as real as it is, just because, like, years of incorrect instinct have told me, like, no, it's fake. It's a very fascinating little RPG, actually.
Yeah.
And that twin lizard's dead. That also gave rise to the other very cursed thought of, is Final Fantasy VIII a very weird attempt at spell slots again?
Kind of. A little bit.
Like, very kind of, yeah. Except that, like, if you had... It scales... If it didn't scale your stats down for having less of them, I feel like it would work. And also, if they were easier to get between sprints.
Yeah. Chief.
Of his team. Not a single dead body.
Everyone here, healthy, strong, full of teeth.
Everyone off the floor. Wait, did they make Final Fantasy 1 spells cheaper? Because they were still like 45,000 gil. At level 8.
Yeah, spell cost big.
Like, it's enough for it to reasonably wipe out the savings you'll generate from just doing dungeons, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yes.
It's only annoying if you, like, want to manufacture a scenario where you have them earlier than you would naturally.
Yeah, they show you the spells long before you'd be able to afford them.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 2 having the stocking... the fact that you can stack items is... I didn't even realize that wasn't the thing. Happy that.
Yes. Having played 2 NES, the lack of item stacks is interesting. Stay hydrated.
I thought I had about the... So the front row, back row change they did for 2, I think that is so that your wizard over time will ever naturally get more health.
Yeah, it's a little understandable.
Because, like, otherwise, you might have to just, like, switch them out of the back row and then not use them the correct way for a bit.
It's either invert your formation for a while, or... But once you hit the point where there are plenty of enemies with ranged attacks, then it's just, yeah, your wizard only gets struck by spells and spell-like things that have been labeled non-spell things.
Yeah, but even then, that's still, like, there's a chance that they could just keep hitting the front row with those, so... It's to further, I guess... make it probable that you will have a more even HP spread. Three has doors that the thief can open, except that in the 3 remaster, they took off job changing sickness, so you could just change pants and there is no consequence. So you could just
the
change
locked
it.
doors were a thing in 3NES as well. That's
So
that was always a neat feature.
You could just put on your thief pants, take out your lockpicks, and then put back on your wizard pants, and have no downside. So if anything, they made it like smiley less annoying. I really like the idea of just removing summoning sickness or whatever it is.
Yes. It was a bad mechanic.
Because all it does is slow down exploration, and it mostly exists to stop you from doing a thief thing, so...
Oh, and they also took out capacity points for... So they made class switching into FF5 class switching of just do it.
Yeah, like,
Good.
when I was seeing 3 played, it looked like Final Fantasy V, except slightly lighter, which I'm very interested in playing.
Alright, so this team was collecting sand. Currently, Ferris has the gourd and does not have any sand. I have 1 sand in storage. Yes.
But yeah, we have like Final Fantasy V point. Well, it's less of a it's 5 but less. And also, all the songs sound fucking dope, and I cannot wait to hear about it from the big bridge. In my head, I choose to believe they've delayed 4, 5, and 6 just so they can figure out how to remaster a lot of the songs correctly.
Yeah, I could believe that there is some amount of production time that is part of this delay.
Also, 6 is just kind of a big game by itself. That's a little bit more complicated than 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, good. That doesn't break control. So the process is now I dance at the sandcrawler until I whittle it down enough to become catchable. Any day now.
Any day now.
Any day now. If nothing else, the electrocutes mean it's on a timer. Any day now.
Your motherfucking life ends 1 fortnight from now?
You will get in the jar. You cannot prevent this. Just need to do 7,500 damage. A couple of sword dances. Yeah. Also, yeah.
Yeah.
Guess that's 4K, 6K. Could be close. There we go. Yes, because I also got to jump in on it before I established control. So... glove, I guess. And... you take the gourd. Take the mantle. Because, yeah, you have catch ready, whereas Galuf is running with control for now. This Krill is going to be the final Beastmaster for this party. Well, some days you just can't find any sand.
That was almost a clean cut from track to track.
Oh yeah, Magic Dragon's also rare drop elixir.
It's pretty good.
That room and that whole enemy set here in the meat is just a very good place to farm. Just to remind myself here, so... Yeah, this team has... Yeah, it already has the Power Staff, so it has a tool for Berserking. I will go and purchase a Dark Bow. I forgot to do that while we were going by, but the source of Dark Bows never goes away.
I beat Chaos first try. You smug.
Let's go do that, just to be steady.
Like kill Chaos?
Always. But also purchase a Dark Bow.
Alright. Is it made out of obsidian or something?
It blinds.
Oh, okay. A bow what darkens?
Well, right, it'll be here. That's our Shinryu setup. That this team can partake in. Place of opportunity.
Do they feel safe living in the middle of two mountains like that? What if someone throws rocks at them from above?
What if?
How do you siege a meat castle? You can't starve them out. It's a meat castle.
Seasonings. Herbs and spices. For victory.
Well.
Well, the meat stays fresh because it's alive.
Can it scream? Can the castle scream?
Constantly.
Like, if someone tries to undermine the meat castle, it's just gonna scream, and you'd be like,
Yes.
huh, that's weird. Someone's probably trying to undermine castle meat. And then you flood it with gas, and then you kill them. And suddenly all our sappers are just skeletons they
Perfect
put back
defense
in the meat
mechanism.
hole. Yeah.
Then you have more meat to patch the walls.
We should make a meat castle. I'm gonna bioengineer a tree that grows cancerous lumps of meat out of its branches like apples.
Makes sense. Why didn't I get the Twin Lance? I've been swinging that this whole time. Well. Spin.
No one caves the tree meat, that's the void. Well, actually, people say they crave the void all the time, don't they?
Yes. Everyone's just wild for the abyss.
It's a hell of a burger.
Antlion remains a threat. Antlion has never been caught.
Cultivated meat is fascinating because it's really wild to think of, like, what do you even put into a machine for it to start just pumping out meat?
You know, meat base.
Like, just raw protein?
Free meat mass.
Well, then you're not cultivating meat, you're just changing meat. Muscle
Meat
cells.
creates meat.
Okay, you just grow individual muscle cells individual to the system. That makes sense. So yeah, at that point, I guess you are generating new meat, with quotes around that. I'm looking forward to 2050. I'm going to have a victory garden where I'm growing meat.
Alright, so let's create some kind of slightly better team for Antlion.
What was the problem there? The
Not
front
enough
fell
damage
off.
output.
Alright.
Drill into this is darts. Options are. Here should be good. Ranger with boosted strength. Then you can also hang out in the back row. Give darts the twin lance from the beginning. Antlion would be an incredibly nothing boss, but action economy.
Yeah, you just don't get enough turns.
To fight with 2 characters, and that's garbage. Hold on, that was the killer bow going off? And not killing. Strange. The regular bow. Also, yeah, he can do that. Which is just ass. Here's 8,000 health, which should be a complete nothing fight at this point, but what if Antlion were like 200 times a usual lion? Some days you just can't find sand.
And sand everywhere. I dropped a drink.
Alright. We have attained control. Although, this is control with the wrong character. So, hold on while we conduct a maneuver.
Stand back. It's time for a move.
This team's really low on Phoenix Down. Hypno Crown. There. All glory. Expensive fight. Now, another sword dance. Or if nothing else, the chip damage from Electrocute. We are on our way back towards Teeth. And this also means that we're farming escapes on some teams. Despite all appearances, those do not have teeth.
You're grinding for dragon teeth?
Yes. Among other things. We are in overlapping, relaxed portions of the runs. There's a lot of prep going on. Both immediate and medium, and sometimes a little long term. Numbers should go up.
My adventuring party leader keeps referring to my white mage as a prep.
Moment to consult the chart and think about what other kinds of dragon have teeth. Get a couple back from Archaeosaurus. Which makes sense as they're a recolor of this thing.
That was a big number.
If the cave just wants to keep dealing me one zombie dragon at a time, that'd be great. I'll accept individual teeth as payment. Gonna do a little bit of fishing around and see if there are other rooms in this castle that are better locales for this grind. I'd prefer to avoid rooms that have the warlocks, since they're quite rude. I don't have the tools that shut them off. Demonstrated rudeness. Additional rudeness.
Yeah, is that the worst than a non-committal or Ouroboros? Either bite your own tail or don't.
What, you never seen a dragon yell at their own ass before?
Never seen a dragon, let alone their ass.
Team that is currently farthest along is Darts. That's uncontested. One team is in World 3.
How many of the teams is Galuf dead in?
All but one. Our remaining Galuf is helping collect sand. This room? Maybe, or... No, probably not this room. I think this room still has warlocks in it. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Wait, is Castle Exta the last dungeon?
No.
It has those vibes, but makes sense.
It's probably the last dungeon in World 2, though.
You have seen the team that is beyond Casa Exdeath.
It is very, very hard to keep track of anything when swatching or swipping.
A tipping point in damage. Maybe. I think for a while they've been within damage rolls of being able to kill Zombie Dragon faster. Halfway through Teeth. For now.
You get Teeth on the road, or
There will be other opportunities to restock on Teeth.
yeah, there's that then.
This will establish the primary strategic Teeth reserve. We put in the work now to make Teeth abundant for future generations.
Alright, we need a war chest of Teeth. Makes sense.
Top minds devoted to using the power of the atom to extract Teeth. I've managed to steal, like, one dark matter out of zombie dragons. It happens. And these fights are 3 AP each, so I think this is Mug. I will be most of the way there at the end of Teeth. Kind of picturing a loadout, final skill loadout for this team of a ninja with Mug, and then 3 other characters with Mix. Maybe continue to have Chemist with Throw, probably switch over to Chemist with Mix. Possibly sometimes have Nightstick with two-handed for large numbers. Or Sword.
Is it possible to have dual wield and two-handed on the same character?
No. Well, it would be possible to have a character benefiting from both effects, but two-handed only goes off if one of your hands is empty, so... The abilities are not compatible. You go to Freelancer, you automatically have all the passives of any job you have fully mastered. Anyway. Tony. Getting in hits of almost 400 with the Twin Lance.
Attempt 3.
Attempt 2 continued.
What's going on here?
Adline.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it is. The game stops you and makes you fight this thing.
Okay.
It's just on the road.
And it
It's under
has
the
an
road.
ability that can remove people from combat?
No, this is darts. This is
Oh,
Team in
right,
World
yeah.
3. The other
Darts and
two are
Trial
just
are
hanging
going
out
on a
at the
road trip.
castle
Right,
while
yeah.
road trip ensues. Road trip involves ants and lions. There we go.
Why is this snake here?
Wait, is that Boko?
Yes.
Oh. So Boko survived the antlion.
Look, we're running on cartoon logic. It's fine.
It's a horse. And a bird. It was not bird lion or horse lion. Ferris can lift a horse.
Can't she?
He just did. Remember this.
Do you think boat rigging weighs about as much as a horse? Like the overall forces, not like the rigging itself.
You got a pulley with boat rigging.
Pulleys and teams.
It would take a legend of
Of
some
many
sort to
mariners.
fucking
Yeah, some sort of boat genius.
boat car, huh?
Boat car. Bird up.
Let's be real. If anyone on this team of misfits and, well, not misfits, intrepid heroes, lifted, it's Ferris. Followed shortly by Cry.
Alright, that bit of team management will resume whenever.
I could see like Galuf trying to trick Kryl into doing exercise by going out and hiking, but it worked too well, and so now she like just casually body builds when she's bored. Oh yeah, Krill. That's basically just described Gohan. Except his dad isn't the fuck up. Well, no. Yeah, it's a good point. Piccolo isn't a fuck up. How did I? Yeah.
An entirely adequate dad. And there's 3 blue dragons. I can get to the save point. Serve the Phoenix down.
Oh yeah. Shoutouts to the Pixel Remasters having the bold choice of just giving you dungeon maps. And telling you exactly where treasure chests are and not hiding anything. It makes the bad dungeons in Final Fantasy 1 pretty much fun.
Quite
Especially,
polite.
you know, Imagine if I didn't have that for Chaos's Shrine, I'd probably get very bored very quickly. I think my current low for JRPG level design is still the Persona 1 drop-down dungeon, but there's gotta be something lower.
It's possible.
Boy, that dungeon sucks.
Yes. Mall Hill. Endless interlocking pitfalls. Let's build our dungeon around dozens of one-way doors.
Let's build our dungeon around gotcha.
Well, given the construction of this place, I suspect they are valves.
But we're talking about something else entirely.
Oh. I'm sorry, I've been trying to make dinner while also doing this, so...
Oh yeah, Strange Journey probably has some real garbage in there.
Yes.
I didn't even think about that, but boy, that game probably has some stinky trash in it.
It has a reputation. I don't get any additional ribbons until I'm in World 3 anyway, so I don't... Having someone with equip ribbon won't do anything beyond signal that Dancer is complete. Teeth, though. Berserker with ribbon could be a very good time for that team. Think Zerker is a traditional loadout, but then again, Dance Zerker.
I folded all my t-shirts and put them into a fabric cube,
Well done.
which is now in jail in my bedroom. Another day collecting teeth.
Every day. 9 to 5 on Tooth Mountain.
Daily grind, we call it.
You hope for atoms. You settle for teeth.
I mean, legendary modules will be fine too.
Right, so. We have Krill as samurai with animal friends, I guess.
Swears to learn the sword.
Yeah, Diamond Plate, Giga Shield, Kutetsu, and the gloves. I missed out on the hat? Thought I grabbed that during the guild fight. In the fort. Yeah, well. Shield and armor remain. Yeah, because this is a thief team, so I had an opportunity to grab that. I was domestic.
So the turtle is now explaining exactly what happened.
Yes. Void?
Why is there a talking turtle?
This is the Great Sage Guido. You met him 4 times.
Ah. Splinter! That was a splinter!
Yes.
And Steph is the kind of motherfucker that would pay for your dog's veterinary bill and punch you dead in the dick.
Oh, I'm just wondering how Kyle managed to not notice it.
What is being conveyed here? Well, one, reusing the Guardian Branch sprite, because we're not going to make a custom sprite for this. What's being conveyed here is X-Death finished regenerating from the one tiny fragment of him that survived the explosion. Or maybe deliberately transformed himself down into a tiny piece of shrapnel to, sneak. And then springs back out of it.
Yeah.
And for the first time in the entire game, the party has some idea of what Xdeath wants.
Yes.
Yep.
Beyond is rude. Hates you.
I've always read this as deliberately him putting the splinter something in their equipment or like just a sliver in somewhere because he has no idea what the great stage is.
Hey, remember that thing that the whole first act is about where Xdeath manipulates other creatures into doing his bidding? And
Yeah.
while we're on the road, we just happen to be accosted by an antlion
Yep.
who then gets spooked and wanders off. And then, must have got a splinter at some point during that whole kerfuffle.
A splinter.
You hate to see it. Hey, Splinter.
Xdeath is really enjoying that he doesn't have to be subtle about anything anymore.
Yes.
Nope.
Yeah, he gets to go full mask off all the time now.
Turtle!
Do you think he wore the armor before he went mask off or after?
When has he ever worn a mask?
You shall find no such tasty diversions in the afterlife. Alice? Huh?
Hasty diversions.
God, I love this cutscene so dearly.
And now Guido wants to go read a library book.
Yes. Just that good moment post-merger of, hold on, what the fuck is that? You mean the Great Library? You had the Great Library?
It was over here? God damn it!
What do you mean, just the Great Library? Well, it's always been there. It's where the books are. Do you not have a Great Library?
It's the biggest one we have, so we call it the Great Library? What is the hookup here?
Yeah, the scholars at Surrogate Castle in World 2 will tell you about how, yeah, there's all kinds of legendary tomes that are lost to the ages. We have no idea where they wound up.
It's like they were all in
Because they're
some
over
place
here.
that got destroyed.
Like they fell
I mean,
off
it
a
didn't
truck
get destroyed.
into
it
the
just,
abyss.
Also,
turned
yeah,
out on the wrong planet.
as alluded to earlier, there is a Guido minion in FF14. If you have the Guido minion next to somebody else's Xdeath minion, they will do that little Zui fighting teleport thing.
Excellent.
People never ask bards to exposit things, and so a lot of important bards information just never gets released to the general public until it's necessary.
Declassify bards.
Yeah, no one ever thinks to ask Bart's anything.
His opinion doesn't matter.
Of course, Bart's never thinks to ask anyone else anything either.
This too is the way.
This isn't cultivation, actually. That's where I draw the line.
Point to where on the compass you can prove that. Arrange your furniture.
Okay, so... Well, actually, is entropy cultivation? We have to answer that question first. The cultivation is for you, right? It's not for the greater psycho-alard ecosystem.
Yeah, the goal of cultivation is to improve your own spiritual status, yes.
I feel like, well, unless it's an unhealthy relationship, probably should want to cut ties with someone.
I mean, that depends on if they're holding you back from your cultivation.
How well did they arrange their furniture? What's their stove made of?
I mean, they didn't place in any podiums, but, you know.
Like, you want to arrange your entire life to encourage proper flow. And that includes who you hang out with.
Well, I mean, even if a stream is a trickle, it's still a stream, right?
Yeah, but it could be better.
Yeah, but, like, plugging it up isn't gonna make it better.
No, but going away from the trickle and finding a much larger stream is going to.
You can't run away from the river, though.
I think I've lost track of this metaphor.
This is proper
That,
scholar tone.
too, is cultivation. That is the way.
That's how you know we had scholar tone.
Yeah, for now I keep the ribbon on the dancer because the dancer desperately needs all the armor they can get. But once I have 2 ribbon... maybe. Yeah, then for this team, possibly something on the lines of Dancer with time 6 is already a thing that's here on the table, and that's working fine. Range it with rapid fire to be what it needs to do the move. And then possibly time mage with also equip ribbon. We'll see. At a casual pace, it's a question of how long do I want to spend shaping any team into a larger version of itself. How many teeth? More? Several
I think last
more?
time you were
Or
here, you were at,
uncountably
like, 40
more?
something.
$60 teeth.
How many teeth do you want?
Yes.
Computer, could you render me a teethahedron?
Now, when we do switch over to Turtle Shell, those appear in sets of 3. So it might go faster. It will be fewer encounters. Which on its own will probably make it go faster, even if the encounter itself is less common.
Are teeth a guaranteed drop from these
Yes.
things at least? Okay.
Zombie Dragon is guaranteed teeth.
And then you can steal atoms from it.
Yes.
So what do these teeth get used to make?
Power. They go into some of the strongest alchemic brew. Teeth create big number, many defenses. Heath can be exchanged for invulnerability.
Well, that's handy.
Alright, ideal.
Thief Collector.
Just one zombie.
Yeah.
Ideal. Just one magic dragon. And ideal. 1-1. Well aged. Hmm.
Wait, why are you collecting Teeth 4 actually?
Teeth.
Just cause? Alright. That's what I figured, but you never know.
I guess level 28 is when I would start throwing this team against X-Dev. Because level 3 Flare is present in that fight, and this team does not have Reflect, so we don't want to do that. Hmm. But what if I just go for it?
You could just go for it.
Could trust Berserker. Oh, wait, has this team done... This team does not yet have Excalibur. Hold on. It's empty. Or no, this team does have Excalibur? Anyway. Nerds have united.
Good for them.
Briefing convenes.
I'm glad Guido knows where the button to make tables happen is.
They
12
are
legendary
legendary.
weapons.
There are 12.
Yes, both sets of scholars had half of a book. And a lot of questions about where the rest of the book is.
The book is now talking, by the way.
Yes.
Well, we've already demonstrated that the ancients sealed stuff in books.
Oh, yeah.
Thousands of years ago.
I mean, books are just trees that have been processed, so.
Okay, so we have to get
Book
the
provides
12
a
legendary
checklist
weapons
of
so
things you can do in World 3, most of which are optional.
World 3 can either be the shortest part of the game by a long shot or very long, depending on how much of the optional stuff you want to go.
There is a main quest line of, alright, go to the 4 dungeons, get the 4 slabs, and unseal the 12 legendary weapons.
Okay. And presumably picking up our missing party member.
Yes. Only one of the 4 slabs is mandatory. After you have that and reunite the crew, you can proceed to the final dungeon wherever you want.
Yeah. World
Here is
3,
the one remaining tree from the Great Forest.
Also, as
Your
mentioned,
tree
World
made it out
3
fine.
on its own has more content than in 6's World War by like a lot. You can go back to basically everywhere you have been in the first 2 parts of the game, and it'll be at least a little different or recontextualized. You can get a lot more slabs if you want extra bonus sealed weapons. There's a minimum you have to get, but you can get a lot more than that. There's the sealed temple if, you know, feel like touching the stones.
And each party is going to be doing a different amount of this content.
They will all be doing none of this.
Ah.
Each of these Fiesta loadouts is fine to just proceed. They will be doing some prep. They will each only be getting 1 slab.
Same slab each time, or?
The 1 mandatory slab.
Behold.
Oh, hey, chicken knife. The ultimate weapon.
Currently
it is
at
very
104 power. Which,
is
there's your comparison for how much better that is than currently available weapons.
Yes.
When it caps out at 127, it will be among the strongest weapons in the game.
Especially when you use abilities that get around its usual damage scaling, and then it just goes bananas. But yeah, other good points. There are a couple of places that you can't go to anymore in World 1 and 2 because, you know, fully did or overwritten. And Fiesta in general rarely wants to do much more than Pyramid and maybe Fork Tower. Phoenix Tower if you are feeling very ballsy and have a summoner. And
Okay, so this is different than the other. Because I remember hearing stuff about optional content that each team could do but might not, or
In theory, these teams could do the content, they just don't need to, because it wouldn't do anything for them.
okay.
Like, Phoenix Tower's big reward is that you get the Phoenix Summon,
They
which
would
is
get stuff they are
wild.
going to use, or stuff they will sell to buy the stuff they are going to use, and they could instead just procure that by means of generic grind.
Phoenix Tower has Phoenix and a bunch of items that are not... There's a couple that are unique to the tower that are not worth going out of the way and doing unless you are also getting other stuff out of it. But for teams with a summoner, yeah, you might want to go get the full revive and heal summon. The difference... The trade-off is that Phoenix Tower is an extraordinarily new dungeon.
Right, though. I have now built myself a challenge.
Oh dear.
Here's Gargoyle.
Yeah. Gargoyles.
I will have to do I will have to do surgery unless I back out of this fight and instead fight, because I'm out of ammo. Here's the problem here.
Don't have any money to throw at them?
I cannot pay the toll, the cover charge to enter the pyramid.
We cannot equalize it via violence and money, so you have to actually do the gimmick.
Which, what that team may end up doing is just backing off into the desert, winning 2 fights, or selling some stuff.
Then there's also a bunch of optional content that, in theory, if you have X, you would do, but in practice you don't, because once you know the game, it's just not worth the investment, like Leviathan.
So, is that gargoyle fight something you can run from, or...?
No.
Boss fight.
Okay, so you're going... You
If
may
they
have
bounce
to
off of
avoid
it to death, then that's it.
Yeah.
And if not, that means they won.
Yep.
Teeth.
I don't think any of these 4 teams are going to be wanting to go to the trench, which, God, good.
All teams are taking exactly 1 slam.
The trench sucks, for Morse's context.
The trench.
The teams with Dancer, I think, will go. They will bother to bring the thief knife to the to Phoenix Tower. We'll do some robbery, a little crime.
Some light afternoon robbing.
That's an investment for later.
Yeah, as Chad is pointing out, there are no reasons to obtain Leviathan, because Odin is easier and better as a summon. Iron Giants and Phoenix Towers are both unlocked by Odin. Phoenix is a better summon all around. Leviathan cannot even be boosted beyond Chemist boosting. And Sildra just has a better damage spread. Leviathan basically doesn't have a reason to exist.
Does his sprite look cool?
Yeah, it's a pretty good
Hey,
sprite.
Snake.
But yeah, I meant outside of Chemist boost as to say Chemist is the only thing that boosts it. Sorry if that got muddled in my mouth. What is the lore behind the enemy named Drippy? I don't know, you come up with it.
It's Drippy.
It's the secret of the ooze, and it shows up with question marks for a name in 14, because even the 14 just is like, I don't know what this is.
Teeth.
Or was that one of the Genova? Something like that. I don't remember.
Bird has something to steal. I guess, yeah, in this team I'm going to have someone bother to learn all of the chemist moves. There are things after Mix. They're reasonably powerful.
Yeah.
If Mix did not exist, those other moves would probably still make Chemist A tier.
Yeah, Chemist would be quite good without Mix. It's just that Mix lets you shatter the game over your knee. Off. Damn good.
Anyway, gargoyles. This is just a very straightforward, if one is dead and the other isn't, it will revive the other one.
And it is not as easy as to cheat them out as it is for gargoyles.
They also know transfuse, which is self-destruct, but you send all of your remaining health to another target. So when one is low, it will transfuse itself into the other.
Yep.
And they have 5,000 health each, so it's not too huge of a task to take one of them out. Just the question of performing rocket surgery.
Yep.
Two coin throws would destroy this bucket. But I do not have spare change.
This is a fight where you want to have money or a good lasty wizard. Which unfortunately we have
any
neither.
AoE. This fight is very simple.
I don't know, from my experience, gargoyles are actually remarkably difficult to drive. I think this is just kind of an exception case.
Yeah, so, for example, that one is dead. This one will probably not die fast enough. Yeah.
And so now you have to do it all over again.
Well, I still have all the progress I have on the second gargoyle. There are many tools by which to interact with this fight. This team has none of them.
Yep. This is pure do math and do surgery and hope it works out for our team.
Beast, though.
Well,
They might not revive at full health.
I hate gargoyles. They always do this shit.
Alright, wrong command there. I was preparing to animals. Instead did nothing. Yeah, the main complication of this for a physical team being this fight has a front and back row.
Mm-hmm.
Sand. Think about sand.
Miss Sand. Sand back! Kill Sand!
One more sword dance will do it. Failing that. Like 10 electrocutes, maybe?
And now sand is in the bottle.
Bucket
Bottle.
of sand.
A bottle of commemorative sand.
Those gourds should default to Bart's. The carts. Alright, so this team is now on their way to Moor. Right, do we have Guardian Branch? Yes, we have Guardian Branch. And we're here. You only really need one air knife. Everyone else can stick with their main weapon type. Oh, and I no longer need a sleep blade, so Blood Sword has terrible accuracy, so that high attack power is deceptive. If you have aim or rapid fire, then Blood Sword becomes reasonable. Yeah, I get one Coral Sword. Trident can stick around. Let's whip is done. Teeth.
Teeth.
4 to 6 minutes of teeth.
Hey, where is the origin of the creature known as the werewolf? Like, what culture is that originated from? Widely, do we think?
Depending on what kind you're asking for.
Yeah,
because
that-
that's a very universal idea.
Yeah, the
Ireland?
creature that transforms into a person or vice versa is very common.
Are
What
there
we
any
would-
Irish myths about that?
Irish werewolves actually uniquely do not transform.
So they're not
I-
really where.
They are referred to as werewolves by the monks,
because
but
they had a description and they were like, yeah, that looks right.
but effectively they are people consumed by the nature of the wolf, which in Irish literature and mythology is basically the worst fucking thing ever. Wolves just kill people for no reason in Ireland.
And that's probably true everywhere, but
Well,
No, actually.
no,
Like, very no.
yeah.
well, they're especially bastard wolves.
No.
We are
No,
talking
the idea
about
of-
cultural ideas about said wolves, not the behaviors of
Yes.
the animals themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just the Irish ethos around wolves is wolves are vicious, cowardly murderers that hate you.
Yes.
There is a reason there are no longer wolves in the British Isles, when there were once wolves in the British Isles.
And why a lot of culturally dominant Anglosphere ideas of wolves are shitty and backwards and overly viewing them as malignant and violent because that's the idea that they got on the British Isles and they went around murdering wolves on other continents.
But
Now,
for the
This is not to say they had a monopoly on the idea that a werewolf or similar things were bad. Loup-garou, I believe is the name, the French-derived one.
yeah, loup-garou is French.
I think that would be the closest I would call to the modern-day conception of a werewolf.
I wonder if there's
Because
any
that's-
Asian
yeah.
werewolves.
So what?
I wonder if there's any Asian culture werewolves.
I wonder if there's some sort of tool you could be using to look this up right now.
Mongolia has bears that turn into people. I've not been able to find confirmation or denial that other animals can do that, especially because there is not consensus over whether some references to animals are actually to animals. Like Genghis Khan's great-great-grandfather is either a wolf or a guy named Wolf, and no one's sure which one it is.
The only reason I'm asking now is if I encountered a werewolf in the Valhalla DLC, otherwise it would be just Googling.
Okay, that's... No? That's not...
That's not a thing. No.
Yeah, I didn't want to open up that can of worms.
Well, close it. Put it back on the shelf for later.
Yeah. Just small talk.
Yes, gargoyles.
And yes, there are African therianthropic myths. The one I am most familiar with is hyenas,
Yes.
who could turn into blacksmiths, or vice versa.
I think in some areas they're also associated with witchcraft. This is
yes.
extremely. I'm not an expert in this area.
Yes, and also with African Judaism, because of this is a prejudice thing.
Oh.
Yeah, this was basically there was in the Beta Israel, which are the Ethiopian Jews. In Ethiopia, they were often blacksmiths for historic reasons that I'm not entirely clear on. And that's and then that got associated with the turning into an evil hyena thing.
Man.
Yeah. Not exclusively associated with the Beta Israel, though. Oh, I thought you almost had it that time. So we're just aborting this mission then?
Yeah. Eject from this attempt. Samurai is quite good at refusing to fall down.
This is a very rude boss fight to have to deal with 3 party members.
Darts is a non-knight team, so Icebrand is out. I don't need 2 killer bows.
Do you even have 2 people who can use bows?
Equip bow is learnable. Snap open the algorithm guide once again. Skill toss. $50 times level times number of targets. Teeth.
Back at it again, and God, how long are we gonna be here?
Teeth.
And we're up to what, 70 teeth?
This thing is, that's still, I could make an argument for that's nowhere near enough teeth.
We'll
How
find
many
more
teeth
teeth.
can you hold at once?
100 teeth. Alright, so 1 toss at the gargoyles costs 2,200. So with that 5k I just acquired, that's 2 shots. That'll clear that fight.
You know what my you know what my favorite werewolf legend is? Okay, so I think it was either Germany or Austria. Hang on, I have to look this up.
Take it down.
But this has to do with one guy.
This is also giving this team most of the levels that it wants to feel more comfortable for really the rest of the run, since chemistry is going to chemistry at the opposition.
Levels are a suggestion when you have a chemist around.
Still good to have some buffer while you get the starting mixes running.
Yeah, you can only grow so tall until you actually start brewing the level potion.
Mm-hmm.
Mixing Goliath drink costs elixir, so having good base HP is still important. At least I think it does. Or is that something else? Where is... Oh no, Goliathonic is Dragon Fang elixir. There it is. It's teeth. There are places to farm elixir. They are rare drops off various creatures throughout the game. All throughout the run of the game. As far back as the first dungeon, you can collect elixirs.
Yeah, it is theoretically possible to grind for 99 elixirs in the first dungeon if you are very dedicated.
If that is how you choose
feels like
to spend
something
time.
not worth doing.
No, it isn't.
Nice.
Okay. Pretty sure I have found the guy that I want to tell the story about. Took a bit of doing because unfortunately someone made an unrelated game with the same name, but we are talking about Theus of Kaltenbrunn from Livonia. Now, this is an 80-year-old man who declares himself a werewolf when put on trial for heresy.
Yes, okay, I do know this a little bit. This is a wild story.
Yeah, he has been brought in to get put on trial as a heretic, and he tells the court that no, my lords, I am not a heretic. I'm a werewolf.
You just can't help it.
And not only am I a werewolf, but it is vitally important that I and my fellow werewolves be allowed to continue existing, because we break into hell every year and steal back all the seeds that will be grown in the following year, because the devil keeps taking them. For we, my lords, are wolves of God.
Yep.
No, we're the good wolves, trust me.
Not only are we werewolves, we're werewolves who go fight Satan every winter so the harvest will work out next year. Trust me on this.
That's a hell of a bluff.
Now, he insists that this is true, which rather confuses the judges because they don't believe werewolves are real. And he also insists that no, werewolves hate the devil, but we go to hell all the time. And the judges are further confused by this until he explains, oh no, we have to bring back all of the livestock and the grains that witches steal and bring to hell. Otherwise, we'll have bad harvests. And the judges at this point are like, wait, what? You can't. This isn't a thing. You're making this up.
Basically, the legal defense here, as someone put it, is prove that I don't do this.
And it is eventually the judges find a way to deal with this problem because they've decided, okay, fine, he's not a werewolf, but we do have to determine if he is a Christian.
What year is this trial taking place?
This is happening in 1691.
Yeah, it seems
damn.
about right.
Yep. It is about that time of Germany where this kind of thing was just happening.
Livonia, which is not Germany yet.
Right.
But
Future
Alright.
German.
yeah, so they're like, okay, fine. We're just going to take the werewolf thing, put it aside for now. Theus, do you go to church? Do you take the Lord's Supper? Do you pray? And Theus says, no, I'm too old to understand these things. I'm 80.
I'm too old to go to church. It's making me laugh really hard. As it
That's- What the fuck do you even respond to that with?
They then begin questioning the guy's neighbors and find out that he is a folk wizard who offers healing services and blesses grain. So at that point, they decide that he is in fact a heretic. He must be flogged and banished. We are going to just never mention the werewolf thing again.
History remembers.
So the neighbors corroborated that he was a werewolf.
Yes.
Yes, or at
He was a
least he
powerful
did
magician.
things that were consistent with his story of
Like,
we serve
yeah.
God. And
Like, this was not something he just told the court. When they went to the neighbors, they were like, yeah, that sounds about right for him, actually.
Yes, he's
You know,
a
he
magician.
does do services for us.
there was also a brief interlude during the trial where the judges ask him what happens to the souls of werewolves when they die. And he explains, oh, we go to heaven. The witches go to hell.
You know when the judges ask you lore questions, you have an audience.
Yeah, when the judges are just like, all right, hang on, trial's on pause for 5 minutes. Tell me what's up.
And now here's a fun fact: no one who didn't read German knew about this story until 1933, when a folklorist actually collected the trial records and translated them to English for the first time. Until then, this was known only to German-speaking scholars.
Yeah, that sounds like one of those things that would just kind of get lost. Not out of deliberateness, just, man, who the hell wants... Like, this is just the one weird thing that happened in your region once, and it's like, who else would care?
But it is my favorite werewolf legend because it is so entirely out of left field.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we know, this is the only guy who ever talked about this particular type of werewolf. And as far as we know, he brought it up entirely unbidden to explain why he wasn't in fact a heretic.
Why don't you go to church, werewolf? What?
Yep. Oh, excuse me, this was the second time he had been on trial. The first time was that 10 years prior, he had been arrested for breaking a farmer's nose. And at that point, he explained to the court that he was a werewolf, and the farmer was a witch, and they got in a fight in hell.
And...
At which point, the judges refused to believe anything was going on, laughed him out of court, and nothing happened. The first judges did not ask questions. They were just like, no, you're not a werewolf, go away.
I mean, if I was the guy with the broken nose, I'd be pretty mad if that got like an actual successful out-of-court settlement.
Yeah, I get the sense that broken noses were not considered a big deal in 1680s Livonia.
Yeah, probably.
I feel I should note, at the time he broke the man's nose, he would have been in his 70s.
Alright, yeah, if a 70-year-old man beats the man hard enough in a fight to break their nose, you just let him have that.
Yep.
And we just save the rest of that fight for later.
Put that fight in the fridge.
That's another story.
Is this going to be the last Fiesta stream for the season?
Oh no.
Yeah, there's no way, right?
By virtue of how far behind some of the teams are and how long the void grind is going to be for some of these teams, absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bart's is gonna take a while.
Yeah,
to
what it
catch
strongly
up.
looks like is one of these teams will finish well in advance of the others.
At least make the others get caught up quicker.
Yes, I mean, unless another parallel reality is put into that system.
Here we go. Just pay the fee.
Anyways, a moment of silence for the primordial, or the medieval furry.
Primordial furry?
Came out of the ooze.
The Uri, you might say.
Okay, you gotta pass for that, because that's funny as hell.
And I have fallen down a Wikipedia hole and found out that there is a German power metal band that made an album vaguely based on this guy.
Of course you would. If I was a power metal band and I was in Germany and I knew that part of my history, I would absolutely make a concept album after this guy.
The band's name is Powerwolf, all caps,
Of course it is.
and their thing is songs about Catholic werewolves and vampires.
You know when you have your brand, commit to it. I respect it. Somebody in chat was about to ask if it was that band because they sounded like them. I'm glad somebody could recognize immediately who you were talking about.
But I'm gonna have to look up this band and see what they're like.
All right. Behold, the damned.
I don't know. I think they're pretty cool.
I feel like these things got lost on the way to a Dr. Seuss convention.
Yeah.
Well, Samurai is very good at refusing to fall down. Is what will carry us out of this fight.
Thing looks vaguely Digimon shaped.
I mean,
Are there
everything.
any? I mean, yeah, everything is shaped like a Digimon. There are too many Digimon.
A literal pile of feces is a Digimon.
Getting some big Digimon vibes off this.
Prescription XP for Kryl only. This group is fairly underleveled compared to the curve set by the rest.
Are those
Yeah.
snakes battles that you get into if you
Yes.
touch them? Ah.
Demonstration of the power of the knife. Anyway,
Sometimes it's just a lion shaped exactly like Jotaro, and we call it Bancho Leomon.
right, we're doing equipment management. While otherwise just hanging out in more. We are in more. Upgrading equipment. In more. That's
Oh,
what
hey,
the sales
Galuf,
were for.
nice to see you.
Galuf is here. Gold shield out, mithril shields out, basic whips out, plumed hats, green beret, silver plate, carts, night beast, dragoon, dancer. So angel robe is not used. Gold hairpin is very not used. There's
Yep.
an influx. There we go. Everyone is loaded and ready. For wood. Means we're mostly just going to flee and right, I should stop at. We should sleep. I guess, before challenging wood. We did just come in from sand.
I guess.
Excerpts from my internal monologue of wait, I guess I should sleep.
What year is it? And there is some loot in these woods, but none of it is particularly unique, so we just kind of cruise on by. I usually grab the Morning Star whenever I have some kind of staff using team, because it's there being flail too. Carrying on. For the purposes of this battle, every character has 1 HP.
Yep.
Except this.
Xdeath has 2 states you can be alive in. Alive and has encountered one of Xdeath's moves.
For example, thanks, Berserker.
Wait, did the Berserker just do sword dance?
Yes.
Yep.
The dancing dagger can dance.
Ah, okay.
Branch. Alright, revive Lena. De-equip Lena. Arrive triumphantly in World 3.
So now half of our parties are in World 3.
Yep.
Alright, step on out here. And I'm just going to step away for a moment. Adventure! Alright, so this team's approach to crystals is bold, fierce, zesty.
We don't really have a choice on that.
Alright, so what gets to now happen is...
Do we
Yeah,
release
Gallif
the
is
worm?
in the bones. Yes, but more importantly, I want to be ready to release when as many additional actions are prepped and ready to go as possible.
Yep.
One can recall the rules of this fight. 3 crystals are now at critical health. I must destroy them now.
Exactly right now, or else.
You know, I have never before seen pause buffering in a turn-based game.
Well,
It could be actually quite useful, as is being demonstrated.
alright, so I have 1 Phoenix down, and it does not go to Galoof because he is in the bone mail. It's fine. We got this. Galoof isn't carrying a sandworm anyway. Calculated. This is the stance. Alright, so we get everybody potioned up. And good to know that our 2 heavy armor users are dense enough to withstand 1 frenzied crystal attack.
Yep.
As
And
long
they
as they're
did
topped
train
off.
They did train on Prototype Island.
They touched a lot of robots.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
An angry chunk of silicon throwing electricity at me, that's just Tuesday.
Here's Pyramid. It contains many treasures, and many monsters in boxes, and many monsters roaming about.
This is a very, very much Gygaxian fungeon your first time through. All sorts of ways this place will kick you in the mouth.
It's also built to, You go through here with 3 people, so it's not great.
Yep.
Built to very exact engineering standards. Okay, that wasn't a random encounter, that was me touching the next snake. I did not hit this first button. There we go. Now, this does contain some objects that are of great use to many teams, so I'm actually going to go get out my copy of the map of this dungeon, which for ages has just been distributed around the same, like, MS Paint map from GameFAQs
Yep, from
that
decades
everyone
ago.
consults, because, yep, that's the pyramid. Contains everything you need to know about the pyramid. Where am I even keeping that?
Thank you to Naruto Goku 2121, who wrote this guide back in, I don't know, 2003.
God bless the old internet sometimes.
It is signed with a Hotmail address. That's how old this map is. Anyway, so in here... room contains a flame shield, a white robe, and a mote of dark matter, which this team doesn't need any of those. I can just forgo this room. They would be worth a lot of money to sell if I decided to loot them, but I'm going to avoid unnecessary fights. I will get my money from other places and other times. Hello, Zephyrus.
This girl's
Goodbye,
just
Zephyrus.
vaping in a hallway.
summoning genies as you do.
I mean, if I could summon genies by vaping, you know I'd be blasting it.
Oh,
God, yeah.
good. These are here.
Imagine a shonen anime
Yo,
where
this
you
is not
vape to
prototype,
summon your
though.
stand.
This
Oh,
is
hey.
Mechhead.
Yet another instance of, hey, that Omega thing was pretty sick. What if we tried making that?
The production model. It has magnets. It's quite capable. Well,
What did it?
it
Ah,
tried to hit itself with a spell and missed.
That's,
Which is possible,
Huh.
yeah.
I didn't realize spells had an accuracy.
Some of them
They
do.
do. It mostly comes up for status effect spells.
What happens if he uses his magnets on himself?
It's not on his list of confuse moves. That is separate from the main
Okay.
stuff a creature will do.
That is a very funny idea, though.
Could a
And-
Beastmaster make him do it?
No, it's not on the list of things it's willing to
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
Confuse and control and etc. are all the same.
In this room are the Black Robe, the Thornlet, and enough of that. Teeth. According to the map, teeth. Getting there.
This one tiny cave full of dragons.
So since these are all undead dragons, you think we just keep fighting the same 2 or 3 that just keep getting up and we keep prying the teeth back out?
So what you're suggesting is that there are 3 dragons in this cave, and a gigantic number of eagles and drippies.
Yes,
Yes.
that is the ecosystem.
We just keep going after the reanimating corpses that keep luring in scavengers, and you have to swat the scavengers out of the way to get the new reanimated bits.
The birds become poisonous by feeding off of the various powerful fungi and lichen that attempt to decompose the zombie dragon.
Brave little things that they are.
Necrotic symbiosis. Symmortosis?
Symmortosis is a... Hang on. Showing results for symbiosis. No results found for symmortosis. Alright, you made your point.
New word.
What if it's Simnecrosis?
Maybe.
Symmortosis. Okay, that's very close to an actual biological term of synnecrosis, a association between groups or individuals that causes mutual death. There are several forms of parasitic relationship that lead to death of the host organism and the parasite.
I think that's what this word would mean, so...
Yeah,
Well, in this case, both benefit.
yeah, both keep going. But you know,
The host remains dead, and the associate remains alive.
What happens if you use Phoenix Down on a zombie dragon?
It can die.
Boom. It's counted as a death spell, so it has accuracy.
using a Phoenix Down as an attack can miss.
Does that mean that Galuf can miss when trying to commit suicide?
Yes.
Yeah.
He can whiff the self-destruct a couple of times.
It has happened on footage. It's always funny when it happens.
The 11 more teeth.
We will achieve maximum tooth.
Maximum tooth, and then I'll do like a feasibility study on collecting turtle shells in this world. Alright.
Meanwhile,
So, in this room, there was, Black Robe, Thornlit, an elixir, which elixirs are always good to see. 2 elixirs are in this room. I'm willing to forego all of those to spend less time in Pyramid, though.
Yeah.
And you can always come back to Pyramid with your full team. Pyramid doesn't get destroyed or anything.
A few of these dungeons do. Pyramid is not one.
Rude. You in the back. Also rude. Just gonna spend all my feathers then. Let's try to defeat these ones by conventional means. Or but you just don't. Mandatory encounter against 3 mummies. Okay, that was just steel. This 75. That's gotta be Mug. Or no, this is... You're much earlier in your progression of Thief. Yes, other universe. You're nowhere near learning Mug. Alright, so here... I can go pick up some crystal armor pretty easily.
and now there's a save point that you can go back and heal at.
Yes.
Yep.
It is a trap, but it is a set of statues, so easily dealt with.
I really love this interaction.
Yeah. Yeah, it's real good.
Yeah, about a third, some appreciable fraction of the boxes in here are guaranteed dark matter. Which is nice.
This party has little use for, though.
This party has no use for. Most parties don't, but the one chemistry team will appreciate the chance. I have some cash on hand, so I can afford to do a toss deal with this box. Adventure! What?
Hmm.
What if we just go explore? See what's going on in the world?
Let's
We
not
got a
tell
mystery to
Paris. I'm
solve.
sure she's enjoying herself right now.
Everyone's having a great time here at the party. Exactly 2 of us will go not fall in a ditch. There are many activities on the combined planet. Alright, so ports options are Dancer and Ranger for things to switch you into for the moment. Which, Dancer is what Lena vacated just now, so... Yeah. Bird up. Also that. Worlds collided, and in the time it took you to just spend an afternoon getting bored of a ballroom dance, the exactly 2 standard chocobo on this planet found each other.
Yep.
And now Boko is off, leaving his wife to guard the homestead.
Bird up. Whatever you do, never tell the children about the crystals.
It's fine, there's only 3 of them left. I'm sure we can do without whatever element the one that got broken was.
It's fine. Well, they all smash to begin the world collapse.
Yeah.
The fusion.
And Boko's special trait as a transportation is he can swim.
Yes. Bird is amphibious. Limited amphibious. Alright. So. Alright, this version of this fight. There's 2 options for what's in this box. And dead. Alright. Get some garb. The pyramid is full of a taste of endgame regular equipment. Bird is a form of canoe.
If you had an adventuring party and they were all tech bros who lived at Silicon Valley, what kind of weird tech-based solution to dungeoneering would they make?
There's an entire roguelike based on this.
Oh?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just X-Crawl.
Oh, what is the name of that thing?
Would they make rope too, basically?
I mean, X-Crawl is a tabletop RPG, well, specifically a D&D setting, which is based around the idea of What if dungeon crawling was a reality TV show?
Ah, shit.
Don't need anything for the basement here.
Going Under, that is the game I'm trying to think of the name.
Do you conventionally acquire the 3 things in this room?
Ah, fuck, I'm stuck thinking I'm reality TV dungeoneering.
Yeah, it is very sports. It's a great premise. The actual books of X-Crawl then tried to fill it out with absolutely bizarre world building about Imperial Rome and Ronald Reagan, and you should ignore all of that and just look at the one extremely good idea of what if dungeon crawling was a reality TV show.
Sounds good.
And then this room is an elixir on the left and more dark matter on the right. And that's pyramid. Collect slab. There's first pyramid.
Does Pyramid have a boss, or is that it?
Pyramid accomplished. Farewell, conspicuous bird-shaped peninsula.
I'm sure it's nothing.
Hey, there's a dragon coming our way.
And there's a dragon leaving.
Oh, hey, the airship's back.
It unstuck our boat.
Who's piloting the airship?
No one right now.
How did it know where to go?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Look, the dragon's wings gave it the right currents and the right air to just sail it over.
What a friendly dragon.
Worlds have collided. The formerly distinct entities of ant and lion now reveal their true form.
Tony Leone.
Come on. There we go. Very few things are immune to slow. Very few things are immune to knife.
There are things in this game that are immune to knife?
There are things with armor.
That's resistance, it's not immunity.
If it's enough armor. The armor's bigger than the knife. Much better.
That was a much simpler antlion than the last group had.
Yes.
Yep.
Haste will do that to any situation. Adventure. to remind. That's the thing that happens. And yep, that's 3 jobs available for them. Alright, so, Crystal. So, only 1 left. It's air back there. I have 2 more sandworms to toss. So. Nope. Okay. Solved. All crystals be defeated. All 32 elemental crystals. Well, not yet. It'll be 29 for a little while, and then we'll finish the job. I do not have any Phoenix down left. Galuf must dance. Bones.
Kill him. Get him. Flip another turtle. Merge worlds? Void? Wood? There are still no such tasty diversions.
Yes, now we have post-pyramid, pre-pyramid, teeth, and crystals. Carts will have an opportunity to pull ahead. Because Carts doesn't need any special prep to carry on into the meat fort. All upcoming Beastmaster trickery is stuff that can be done on-site. Stuff that must be done on-site. Like, the only delay I would really consider is... Alright, here we are, just standing in front of these forests. Yeah, if I would go through the effort to finish having Bart's master catching so that I can have 4x catch on the beast team. Alright, this is our first encounter with this scene. Anyway. Some locations are not available in World 3.
Yep.
Torn. Alright, here's Melusine. Alright, good flip. This is a boss with a rotating elemental weakness gimmick.
Yep.
She always starts weak to fire, so if you have a very large source of fire damage, you can do a rush down
Explode.
in the opener. She's also vulnerable to confuse, and this will delay all attempts by her to go through her normal actions. So, I'm going for it with the dancing dagger. 3 of her forms are weak to fire, ice, and lightning, respectively, and have very high physical defense. The last form doesn't have an elemental weakness, but has low physical defense. Which means any weapons that crit can stab through that armor at any time. Will never cast the element that she is currently weak to, so as to avoid having it reflected into her. Switch back to knife as a generic. Probably I'll just spam animals in the hopes of getting more Nightingale. Anyway.
I apparently missed an interesting cutscene while I was dealing with dog.
So coming out of Pyramid, Lena showed up acting weird, and then X-Death was like, surprise! I've infested your friend with demons! I have one trick!
I found more
And
demons.
It's working, so...
We managed to eject the demons from Lena's body, and are in the process of beating him up. But the more important news is, X-Death yanked the library into the abyss.
Ah.
He was like, oh, the nerds taught you how to beat me. Well, I'll fix their little red wagon, and just bore a black hole through that entire forest.
Well, that's one way to solve the library problem.
Alright, dialogue has begun.
Is Gallup only allowed to commit suicide after this happens?
This team is out of Phoenix Downs.
Yeah. All Phoenix Town was consumed to get through Crystal, so we're doing this the long way.
Okay.
All Gallops are now destroyed.
Right.
The rejoining is complete.
Reunion. Teeth. Teeth are nearly complete.
It is hard to keep track of what has happened when, considering there are 4 random timelines being shuffled around. Yes.
Bone dragons are heavy, I believe, yes. There exist documents you can consult for exactly that purpose. Seven more teeth.
I feel like Bartz is the most likely warrior alive to be in some sort of weird niche. Like, he would be in People Under the Stairs if the circumstances were right. He has a SoundCloud. Bartz has a SoundCloud.
Plausible.
Maybe he makes Vaporwave still. Who knows?
I mean, I think we all know he makes Flamenco.
Flamenco Wave, maybe?
Is that a thing?
It can be.
So, first you get the teeth, and you get the spines. That's medicine.
Beep.
One more. You. Teeth. Teeth accomplished.
Done.
That's what life would be like if we had teeth.
So what's the gimmick here?
Shifting elemental weakness.
And until you hit the element, she can't be hurt.
One of the weak points is physical, so all the other forms have very high defense. But critical hits go through armor, so still taking those swings with certain weapons. Okay, the armor is down. And a flip. And... oh, that doesn't break confusion. Nice. Problem solved. All right.
It's kind of neat how Lennis starts out knocked out.
Yeah, they do a lot of attention to detail along those lines. Alright, so darts means someone is monk. For now, monk with animal friends, yeah. All grandfathers destroyed, all granddaughters acquired. Onk. So 200 AP for Barts to be done with Beastmaster. And we definitely need to get some cash to restock on supplies because we're out of Phoenix Town. Alright, so this team will do a little bit of prep work. This roster is a little better equipped for smashing its face into various formations, though. Let's go get the cutscene out of the way. Also, operating here is much safer since I have 2 characters with control. And a lot of more dangerous ordinary enemies can be tricked into destroying themselves in some manner. Teeth. Chemistry team will spend the entire session charging the spirit bomb. That's just how it goes. Yeah, I'll need to invest in Ether as well. Several cache sinks exist. Several more will follow. I should see how well I can fight these with throwing fire scrolls. They're probably very destroyable. Yeah. Yeah, those pay for themselves. Question becoming, where do I find turtles? Possibly out on Swamp Tile. Nope. Okay, there's Care Beast. Other things are here. Just mostly decorated. Okay, only some of these are actual swamp tiles. The rest are just wood tile. Wood with costume. Alright, it's entirely possible that the turtle farm is not going to be convenient to run in World 2.
Unfortunate. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the Megalomania.
It is kind of hard because you just kind of have to switch gears between a puzzle and nothing.
Okay, consulting. I do have like copies of the world maps for these. I think if I go to grassland on that continent, that will give me turtle.
Not even the bears are spared.
X-Death's just pointing the abyss at stuff he doesn't like.
He's
Things
pointing
that
at
will annoy
everything.
you. For some reason, does it take this opportunity to destroy Ball?
Yeah,
It's because they decided to put stuff in Ball.
Anyway,
It's part of World 3
drift
content.
around the planet in rage for a while.
Drive angry. And here, World 3 begins. Properly. Things to do. Bird up. You're in darts again.
Welcome to the thing everyone will be doing. First thing.
Procure lamp. Think about lamp.
So, Morris,
Yeah.
what would you say is a really good item to have in a game where summoning is powerful magic?
I'm gonna need more context here.
Basically, the magic lamp is okay, so you don't have a summoner? Rub the lamp and it will put out each summon in the game in order of descending power. Strongest first.
There is only one that it skips. Anyway. Adventure.
Magic lamp is quite important to many teams' endgame plan.
You just gotta make sure it's ready to summon the thing that you know it's going to need to summon.
Yes.
Yes, you need it primed.
There are 2 places in the entire world to go and reload the lamp.
Oh, it has to be reloaded. Once you
Yeah.
hit the end of the cycle, it's
Once
done.
you hit the
It
end
does
of the
not
cycle,
loop back.
it does not loop. You have to go back to the top of that waterfall or to one other location to refill it with the juice.
You can refill it at the waterfall or in the ocean trench.
Lamp Odin also always uses Zentetsuken, which is a very important thing.
Oils. Alright, so let's see. How strong is this team's chicken knife? 101. Appreciable. Seems about right. I think they should be vulnerable to gravity. Well, wait, this team also has additional tools to deal with exactly this situation. The one up front is now Berserk. The one in back is now Berserk. Good times. Wants more into the meat. So, Bart's current gourd haver. And we still do not have Phoenix Downs, so... we will leave.
Bye, Grill.
At least we're farming escapes. This team might go appreciate some art.
Art appreciation is very powerful.
That's cash
Yeah.
positive, and it will produce ability points that'll get me closer to a full cycle of beast mastery. Alright, here's some turtles. Need to go somewhere where these are more common.
Is Gog Magog of Final Fantasy 13-2 fame and Gog Agog the same thing?
What?
You know, Gog Magog.
They are built on the same idea of combining the names Gog and Magog into one name.
Are they
Both
both a
are
dude bursting out of a hole and punching you?
Both are a reference to a biblical pair of figures who are giants that are sealed in the earth and will emerge at some point and may or may not be a metaphor, but
There's some sort of impending danger.
yeah.
Turtle. Alright, how efficiently can we break one turtle's spine? Very. Alright, turtle farming
Right.
begins.
Well, alright.
The spine harvest will be good this year. We could also harvest the medicinal rabbits. I will probably flee from these to save time. They can drop elixir, though. These are powerful medicine.
I'm imagining some rabbi somewhere just sobbing as a ghost, just going, "No, someone please go solve the golem problem before it's too late."
But Gog and Magog are generally taken to be references to contemporary nations.
Oh, cool.
There's a lot of that.
This was the creature of Gog.
Turtles on a beach.
Is this the beach episode?
Is this the heart of the beach?
Oh, yeah.
When Slap Art's awake.
We sleep here.
Someone Slap Art's asleep.
Now we walk in circles outdoors. At the beach. Anything to steal from you, land tortoise?
Can you mug him?
Common steel potion, nothing further. So, no.
Can you use that to make a better potion?
We already have potion.
You could have more.
We have nowhere to keep additional potion. Two scrolls become 3 spines. It's a fine exchange. And also, just to be sure of it, yeah, the fight is 1,000 gil, so this turns a profit on scrolls invested.
It's a fun magic spell.
One turtle
Spine.
you just cut into with a knife.
Spines to scrolls. It's advanced alchemy. Remember that time we watched that wizard show and then he took someone's like driver's license and then just made them stateless briefly? You shouldn't trust
Are you
wizards. They can just
sure
do
you
anything.
Are you
Warren.
thinking of Temples on Veil?
No.
No.
This was a
this
Netflix
honestly
magic
just-
show.
Oh,
This
so this
honestly
is a
just sounds like
An actual magician in the
Okay.
world.
Like he would go around trying reenacting magic tricks that famously killed the person who was doing it. In the first episode, he's like, the first episode, he's trying to get out of a straitjacket in time to avoid being run over by a car. So he did a bunch of legwork and a bunch of research about how to get out of a straitjacket and about the incident.
He goes somewhere, learns about a historic death by stage show. Well, usually just kind of out in a place gimmick show,
It doesn't have to be on a stage, it just has to be with an audience, basically.
and then
Or,
comes
yeah.
up with a stunt based on said deadly stunt.
So
Usually
episode
visits
one,
a couple of locales in the process
res-
of doing the research.
I respect this possibly as constructive as possible way to channel a death urge.
So, kind of. So it turns out the reason on the first episode, the reason the trick failed is the dude had a fucking heart attack in the middle of getting out of the straitjacket.
So it wasn't the trick's problem, it was biology.
No, they just had a heart attack.
So, twofold the problems were, one, he had a heart attack. Two, the driver of the car that was going to run this guy over in the original trick noticed something was wrong, but the crowds were standing too close to the road, so they couldn't swerve out of the way.
It was a literal trolley problem at a certain level.
Oh,
Inspired by that aspect of the accident, he decided to instead be hit by a train.
So instead of that, he put himself in a fucking prop box, chained it up, and then got out of a straitjacket in that and had to pick the lock to get out before the train hit him. You know, because you might as well make it dangerous.
The guy driving the train this was
happening? he signed a waiver and
it is a
publicly
stunt.
announced, like, I do not...
He didn't
this
jump
goes
in
wrong,
front of a public
you
train.
I was gonna say, I would...
Stuff.
Man, that conductor better have gotten hazard pay.
I hope so, probably.
Because you are risking a lot of psychological damage on that
That is a lot.
conductor for your fucking joke.
That is a lot of emotional labor. Anyway, so...
Yeah, even if it was successful, you're gonna sit there the whole time like, man, what if he fucks this up?
So
man?
I can further complicate this ethical dilemma your brain's trying to deal with right now, right? Do you think he gets out of the box in time?
No.
Probably not if you're asking.
No, before he gets in the box, he says, if you see a yellow flare, that means something's gone wrong and you should break the train. So of course, just before it's way too late for the train to stop in time, he pops the flare, and the box gets fucking annihilated. And everyone's like, oh no, the wizard's dead.
So he faked his death and then was like, got him anyway, GG's.
Pretty much. So, where do you...
Okay, this guy's increasingly sounding like an
He's
asshole.
an incredibly skilled wizard. He's a stage magician. This is a show he's doing.
Yeah.
And the thing that...
Yes,
like,
and it's if he's cleared it with the guy driving the train ahead of
Yeah.
time, that's fine.
Yeah,
But,
like my question here is, does the guy in the train know this is the
Yes.
bit? Okay.
He's a
gotta hope so.
professional wizard.
Anyways, so it's just, pretty normal until, like, the very last shot they show is before the train stops moving, he comes out from the back of a moving train to show he's fine. And that made me go, wait, what? You can't, like, clearly there's a false bottom. You didn't get... What the fuck's wrong with you?
Clearly, it's magic.
If it is in
He's a
fact
wizard.
stage magic, then yes, it was a fucking gimmick box. The entire thing is a trick.
But, like, how did he get from that to a moving train?
Magic.
By not being in the box.
But how
He did the magic.
Like,
The
By
whole point
never
is that
having
you don't-
been in the box.
He went and
Yeah.
consulted a local wizard and was reassured that smoke means safety.
yeah, he went to some...
The entire point of this is misdirection, and if you are going down a path of logic that seems impossible, it's because they set it up so that's not ever what actually was happening.
We
It's
put
called
an
the prestige.
animatronic dummy in that box to thrash around in a straitjacket.
No, he went in the box.
I
Then he
mean,
got
if
out
it
of the
was
box.
Filmed that
magic.
may not have happened at the same actual time.
That's probably the trick. I just like to think
There's
that
a
he's
live
like...
audience.
I just like to think
for
that
the
he's
trick.
actually a wizard. There's probably some trick.
He's a
that has to
wizard.
be.
He did a wizard thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how he did it. The point is, though, is that I choose to believe he's an actual wizard and that all of his...
He is an actual wizard.
He keeps fucking up tricks, but using actual
Wizards
magic
are
to get out of the
real.
way. No, they're not.
I think Sona
Just
means...
someone.
There's a difference between a magician and a wizard. Now, he's actually...
He's a wizard.
Okay, no, hold on.
My father
No.
was an amateur stage magician. The Brotherhood of Stage Magicians does not practice actual magic.
I am getting out the keys to scholardom. Everyone follow me. Okay, so if a wizard is playing as a magician, how do we classify that, right? Like, is he not magical in that moment until he has to be magical? Because a magician is not a wizard, right? They can't cast spells.
If
Alright.
a wizard is performing stage magic, then they are contractually obligated not to use actual magic while doing stage magic, because otherwise you're breaking the rules.
What
Alright,
rules?
like, nomenclature
The
slash...
Brotherhood of Stage Magician rules.
Fuck him.
Dividing line here. This is all syntax between supernatural manipulation and deception via trickery. That's what this argument is about.
Yes, supernatural manipulation.
So, the dividing line would be, can someone who is not able of launching a fireball out of their fingertips do this? Yes or no?
Depends on how many spell slots they have.
There actually is a stage magicians union / fraternal order. My dad
As he
belonged
did.
to it for a while.
Yeah, they featured like a magician college on the show. It was like a bunch of apprentice magicians.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Clown college is also a real thing. There's several of them.
My dad never got that far. He just did birthday parties.
He invented birthday parties.
Yes.
Yes.
Morris's
definitely.
grandfather invented birthday parties in the year 1974.
Ah, John Birthday, of course.
Now we appreciate the art. Available in sets of 2 and 5.
So what other tricks did this guy mimic? I gotta hear about this.
We only watched one other episode about somebody who drowned after failing to escape from a jug underwater.
I mean,
It was
that
like a
sounds the
underwater
Houdini.
coffin. I don't know.
This sounds a lot like he was doing the Houdini trick.
Yeah,
Yes.
that sounds like the old classic.
I don't actually know how this one happened, but basically he got into a car, and they put a pipe into the roof of the car and just fucking filled it with water in a desert somewhere. I think in Vegas or something.
Okay,
It was
that's
in
not the
Florida.
Houdini.
He went to Florida.
Oh, right, it was the Florida episode. Ugh.
He went to solve the riddle of Florida, man.
'Cause
Nah, you need more
the Houdini
magic to do
trick
that.
was the Houdini trick was Houdini had designed his own box, actually was underwater and would have been entirely able to get out in time had he not been punched in the fucking gut immediately beforehand.
Yeah, I think it was
In
like
this
his
case, the
appendix
specific-
burst?
The specific
Yeah.
dead magician he was paying tribute to here, it was a case of mechanical failure on the part of the trick box, the trick jug.
The church.
It also makes it an especially sorrowful, pretty fucked up story of magic that this guy had retired for a while and was specifically coming out of retirement to do one last show and then
Yeah,
died.
it was his one last gig, and then he fucking died.
Well,
So
yeah,
maybe he, I don't know, he faked his own death to, like, get out of magician life permanently so he doesn't get hunted down for his powers. Anyway, so he gets in his car and he starts drowning himself. He also chained his neck
Yeah,
to
he
the
has a bunch
car.
of chains and locks that he is supposed to escape from.
So before this is said that he had historical childhood trauma about drowning in a vehicle. I mean, he was going to use this to conquer it or something. It seemed like kind of extreme if it was true. So I hope it wasn't.
I mean, the real issue here is that cars are not watertight by any means.
I know, it was leaking, but they were like, you know,
They had a lot of water
Yeah.
and did some reinforcing of the vehicle to seal it.
it looked like a Mad Max car. Anyways, he failed, well, he pretended to fail again.
Part of
and
the
the
wizard
wa-
tourism was also going and doing some training courses in how to remain calm while underwater.
Hey, he talked to
Extreme diving
mermaids.
stuff.
Oh,
Also,
like,
he consulted some mermaids.
shout outs to the people who designed the outfits for those mermaids, because that shit's really labor intensive.
Yeah, and also it take like it apparently requires special training to use the thing that you have to breathe to stay underwater forever.
Yep.
They wouldn't even let him do it. So this fucking Chad though wore a suit to this fucking pool where they train the mermaids. And while they were underwater, he kept going down there with a stack of cards, trying to do a card trick.
He was like, I will attempt to do a card trick underwater.
Like in 18-second bursts, so he would get down there.
While only able to hold his breath for 10 seconds at a time. Just
Going
going down, trying to go through the motions with the fistful of soggy wax paper that's disintegrating in his hand.
It's just fucking frivolously tossing this cardboard into the sea.
As these cards start disintegrating in the pool, and by the end of the trick, you just cut open the orange and you just see this paper dust fly out. I don't know if that's my card, actually.
Honestly, it's a pretty funny bit. And he just went, okay, that's actually kind of hard to do. I don't entirely remember how he escalated the getting out of the drowned car, but like the climax was they brought a tarp out on stage, and then that trick where they have a face and press against it and stuff. They insinuated that he somehow phased through the car to stop drowning.
Yeah.
So once again, used an actual magical spell to get out of his failed fucking attempt because he's a bad magician.
Good wizard, bad magician. I don't know. I actually don't know which one would be funnier as a narrative or character concept. Fantastic wizard, terrible stage magician? Or fantastic stage magician and god-awful actual wizard?
I played that second one in a con game once.
Yeah, I've played something close to the second one.
Where I spent the entire con game just doing stage magic until the very final confrontation when I blew every actual magical thing I had. It was like, okay, I'm going to make the final boss disappear.
Wait, Houdini would take gut punches before more than one trick? That's...
Yes.
Yeah,
one of his tricks was he could tighten his muscles so that he could essentially shrug off a gut punch.
He knew
how to. He knew it's lots of tricking. He knew how to brace for a punch, like really well.
Yeah, but
it's just him flexing and showing off his sick ass hat. Yeah, monster ass.
But the day he died, the guy sucker punched him before he was able to prepare.
Yeah, somebody was like, "Oh, I bet your trick needs you to know a punch is coming. What if I just punch you in the gut out of nowhere?" And
during the 3 minutes of the day when his weak point moves from his skull to his nards.
But yeah, unsurprisingly, the response was basically, "What the fuck, you jackass?"
And then he decided to still do his drowning box.
Despite having incredible abdominal pain, which he thought was the punch, turned out is also punch possibly burst his appendix, or it was sympathetically...
So this dumbass motherfucker didn't get Agent 47 style, like, sucker punch and then tossed into a tub, and everyone was like, well, I guess he's doing the trick. He just was like, ow, that hurt. Yeah. Well, I see no reason to not do this labor or death situation.
It was just basically he got punched by a jackass pre-show, and he was like, well, I'm not gonna let that stop me.
And then he fucking died.
Yeah, because he ignored his appendicitis, that killed him.
He was shredded to live, I guess.
Also, he was Harry Houdini. He did have a history of questionable decision-making. Not the most questionable in his friend's group.
The man had the largest ego in the city he was in, for all cities he was ever in.
He was a magician. Of course he did.
He also ran a grift for a while on Arthur Conan Doyle when this was like the height of mediumism after the Civil War and several diseases.
To be fair, he thought that Arthur Conan Doyle would rumble to it eventually because he was getting increasingly blatant.
But he eventually had to... Yeah.
The whole point was he was trying to show Doyle how you could fake this stuff.
How easily I can fake this being your dead wife, and Arthur Conan Doyle being incredibly deep in grief and also fairly credulous, went along with it so long that Harry Houdini actually dropped the act and was like, I've been faking it the entire time. Holy shit, dude. Let go. And Conan Doyle basically went, no, you're just trying to hide your real wizard shit. Talk to my wife again. And Harry Houdini was just like, fuck it, I give up.
And that was when they stopped being friends, yeah.
Yeah, like, again, Harry Houdini didn't really exactly make great decisions. He basically led a guy along thinking he was communicating with his wife, told him it was a prank, and then was surprised when the guy blew up at him.
What was your plan, Harry?
His plan was to try to get the guy to stop spending money on mediums.
Basically, to blow his mind with facts and logic, except, you know.
Like, you have to understand that Harry Houdini absolutely despised mediums.
He would actually threaten mediums and psychics with physical violence, which he was quite capable of.
Because he himself had a dead mother and had been taken in by a medium once, discovered it was fake, and made it his life's mission to destroy the entire practice.
When you ruse people for good cheer and entertainment, you should naturally despise people who ruse others for harm and malice.
It makes
self-enrichment via making exploitation of other people's suffering. Yeah, it's basically...
Magicians know the entire toolkit for how to manipulate and mislead people and use it for japes.
Yeah. James Randi is a very... not exactly clean, but is an example of a modern person who has the same mindset as Houdini did.
I wonder if he ever tombstoned a media.
I mean, Houdini was fairly capable of doing so.
He could do it.
If he never tombstoned one, it's by virtue of the tombstone not having been named at the time. But yeah, the magician is fancy word for I know how to screw with people's perceptions and mislead.
Con man, paragon path.
Yeah.
And also, amateur neurophysicist.
Yeah, there are some magic tricks that rely on basically.
I will show you how easy it is to steal your watch, and then I will give it back.
Yes.
And then
I will not
go
keep
on
the
our
watch.
Yeah,
wasn't that funny how I could have done that?
There was actually, like 10 years ago, a bunch of actual neurophysicists hired a group of magicians to explain, okay, how does your illusion stuff actually work? Because they were doing something that made the brain not notice what they were doing, and the neurophysicists couldn't figure it out until the magicians walked them through it.
It was basically the magicians were like, oh, you just want to learn the trick. No, and the neuroscientists were very insistent, like, no, seriously.
How do you rewrite people's neurons?
You are actually rewiring somebody's... You are taking advantage of bad wiring in the brain. We've seen this on scans of people watching your videos. How are you doing that? What is going on?
I don't think you understand. Your Christmas score is so fucking high, you just grab the wires and then put them somewhere.
You are the moon.
The fuck is that?
Yeah. I am the moon! Again, a very important thing to reiterate about the time period of Houdini and Doyle is this is post-Civil War, and also post many large European wars, post several large diseases.
It is the height of spiritualism.
It was when people were going completely bananas with making up spiritual practices and supernatural ways to contact the dead, and have had that echo into the present in their own forms, and we're also getting
It should also be noted that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was one of the most gullible men alive at that point in time.
You know what I want? I want a tome that has just a bunch of actual, like, occult practices or just lore about that.
Dude, go to your library.
I have a book.
I know. I should go to my library.
I can give you the name of a book.
Oh.
It is called, hang on, it's on my shelf. Let me go get it.
Turtle murder. Turder.
Be careful in your local library section about occult mysticism, because the good stuff that is about, like, the very, grounded, based discussions of the practices and, magician stuff is filed directly next to the intense, high-octane quackery, so buyer beware.
I mean, yeah.
Meanwhile, in the pyramid,
I could play devil's advocate and say the occultism is old-time quackery.
Okay. The book is Solomon's Secret Arts, The Occult in the Age of Enlightenment by Paul Kleber Monod.
I swear I've seen that. Might have to go back and check.
But it is a study of the occult practices of the 17th and 18th centuries in primarily England.
Hell yes.
Which, frankly, that's where most of the bad ideas that people kept picking up in the Anglosphere came from when it came to the occult.
Gonna treat myself.
I was gonna ask what the opposite of a shout out was, then I remembered it's call out, and that's call out to fucking Crowley.
Yeah, he was a little later than this book is looking at, but yeah.
I'm gonna
Aleister
order myself
Crowley
a
was
book.
early 1900s.
Yeah.
And an asshole.
Yeah. We can leave it at that.
Honestly, most of the occultists in that period were, so...
As a rule, yes. What I'm very disparaging about the impacts of the lingering, late 18th, 19th, 20th century occultism is a whole lot of modern nonsense can be traced directly back to them just pulling shit out of their mouth.
Oh, yes.
As long as it made sense, it was true.
The only one of them I will
Sense
respect is
was not required.
the only one I will even respect a little bit is the rocket scientist who used certain magic to divert hurricanes and also had mysterious death related to rocket science and the nuclear program in the United States.
Yeah, Jack Parsons was a cool guy.
Yeah, I remember his first name was Jack, did not remember the last name.
Yeah, Jack Parsons,
Deeply
a very strange life and died in a mysterious explosion after being blackballed from the United States military research community.
Not unjustifiably, I will say.
Oh yeah, no, he absolutely was not someone who could hold a security clearance at that point.
Jacob Pittism? The economist? Weird.
But Jack Parsons was the father of American rocket science and also the father of American rocket wizardry.
Which is, yes. If you're questioning, wait, there's a subset of rocketry that deals in occultism? Yes.
Yes,
It's
because of this
him.
one guy.
Yeah, he's the one who had a friendship for a while with L. Ron Hubbard before it broke. Because it was
before
L. Ron Hubbard.
Hubbard stole his wife and tried to flee with millions of his dollars to Cuba. That happened.
That is when he attempted to summon a hurricane to kill him, and a hurricane actually showed up.
Yep. And he didn't kill the guy, but he did force him to return back to land.
If you ever stop and think, I bet this subset of, sciences doesn't have anything strange or weird or, I bet it's all very straight-laced people going about their business and doing all the science academically. Oh, no. No, not once, not ever.
Oh, everything comes back to mycologist levels of sickos, honestly.
No one would really beat mycology, I would say, but every scientific...
I don't know. Material science gets up there just with the guys whose sole job for their entire careers was, hey, set this on fire and see what happens.
Okay, yeah, no. Rocketry and material science is similar in the sense of detachment from everything else around.
You
because it
become
is-
manic about the science is what it matters. It is the
Yes.
blind, strange, and just pop shit in your mouth and see if you die. Doesn't matter, dude. Fuck it.
Oh god, there's a book you need to read called Ignition. It is one of. Oh yeah, this is here.
Wait, what? Random encounters with Exdeath's
Ghost
soul?
of Exdeath is just hanging out here.
What? Okay.
It is
Sure.
essentially a refight of
What the fuck
World
is
2
ignition?
Exdeath.
Hold on.
And he's just a random encounter.
Yes,
Okay.
here in the sealed castle. Anyway, for each slab that you collect, you can unseal 3 of 12 weapons
Do you get
and
to
add them
pick
to your
which
hand.
3, or
you
is
you
it
pick
set?
each time that you show up.
Okay. And you only need 3 of them?
Yes.
$800 for a hardback copy of this thing, or I can get a
Ranger.
paperback.
Yeah, Ignition was out of print due to jurisdiction stuff for a long time. It is a first-hand account of American rocketry and space programs, and from the perspective of a guy who was working on the fuel end of it. And
Sounds like a fascinating read.
yeah,
He
you will
is,
not.
especially because Jack Parsons is involved.
Yeah, I need that book too. I'm wondering so many good things to read.
It is
Where are
It is
samurai?
horrifying and also very entertaining to read the incredibly just like I shouldn't be enthusiastic about this, but I am level descriptions of horrifying chemicals that will do awful things to you, the
Yes.
environment, God, and everything it touches.
When we talk about banging rocks together, this is what we're talking.
Like
There was a blog article series for a while. Of
yes.
Chemicals I swear I will never work with.
Also, that is where I learned about chlorine trifluoride first time. The
And
sand
it
will
is
not
just-
save you
these
now.
are
Post.
things you should not go near, ever.
I don't know if it was Ignition, that blog, or somewhere else that I learned about the chemical I do not remember the composition of anymore. But it had the chemical reaction of upon interacting with water, it would turn the water into silicate and excess heat and some
Wait,
of the byproducts. So, yeah, what I just said is, we'll turn water into glass. This includes the water
Yeah, that's
in
what I
your
thought.
eyeball. This
That's what I
includes
thought you were talking about.
the water in your eyeballs.
Into exploding glass, yes.
It fumes at room temperature. Chemistry is a window into a world of why does this happen?
Chemistry produces many things that should not be.
Oh, this is a fantastic place for world building. Thank you. Yes.
As someone, as you just mentioned, Boris, and someone in chat just said, hexanitro-hexaiso-wordazane is a pretty good example of this does not want to exist. That is, let us
And
see
nor
how
should
many.
you make it, yes.
That is the German laboratory that's entire existence for it being is how many nitrogen molecules can be stapled together until they stop existing.
Now, why do you want to do this?
Because I can.
Maybe
Yeah,
something
pretty
will
much.
happen at 69. Who knows? How many are they up to?
It's like 18 or 19 in a ring.
Yeah, something's gonna happen at 69.
I'm pretty sure at 69, the lab is a smoking crater.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you even get that far.
Nothing remains. What do you make of that?
I think it means our fuel works.
Alright, so here we are in the top of the pyramid. Mission accomplished, everyone.
Looking forward to 2050 when I have an adventuring party of just some white hat hacker, a chemist, a street medic, and Jeff.
No, anybody who has gotten anything beyond, even a bachelor's of chemistry, really, but anything beyond that, especially, oh, they can kill you in 18 million different ways.
And
But most-
probably don't want to, because that would involve probably killing themselves first.
Yeah, no. They know like 800 billion ways of getting their own damn self killed in the lab if they don't follow safety procedures. But
Okay, so this party still has not met back up with Lena.
Yeah, this is
Here
the-
she is.
Yes,
Okay.
here's
Yeah,
Lena.
this is the demon accession or possession.
The Windrake successfully evacuated Lena from the castle. However, demons. Got him. Now the rift's open, I'm just finding stuff laying around.
Yo, I ripped
I
open the
like how at
void.
this point, essentially, Xdeath is just fucking with you and has no real reason to be doing this other than to fuck with you.
Yeah,
Spite.
he's got what he wants, basically. He's just screwing around and see what he can do with it.
Check out what spells I can cast. Boo!
Alright, I have the portal to the void I've always wanted. What now? Science!
I have gained access to the garbage. I have all the garbage. No one can prevent me from accessing.
Finally, after 2,000 years, fruit gummy.
Does her elemental weakness correspond to what spells she's casting at a
She will
given
never
point?
cast what she is currently vulnerable to.
Okay.
You keep trying to dance. He always
Dance.
starts vulnerable to fire. If you have brought break fire, you can do most of the job. Yeah. The importance of keeping this stack of fire rods out of the way for this occasion.
Interesting that that doesn't break confusion.
It's a spell.
Everyone knows that getting hit by a fireball doesn't snap you out of it. Only a good smack across the face does.
How would you sharpen a carbon knife if you needed to?
Carbon is just...
It is.
Do you know what
specifically-
carbon is, Sana?
Yeah, it's one molecule next to one molecule, but what if there's some fantasy scenario where would you get a carbon whetstone?
I mean, you can.
No, what I'm
sharpen
saying is, do
carbon
you
with
understand what-
plenty of things?
Are you sharpening a knife that's made of coal? Because that's carbon. Are you sharpening a knife that's made of diamonds? Because that's
Solid
carbon.
Okay, in what form? Because carbon has many different arrangements.
You know, platonic carbon.
Yeah, just the ideal carbon.
The form
just
of
a
carbon.
molecule. Just molecules next to
All right,
molecules.
If you are working with a platonic solid, then you're going to need some pretty abstract tools.
Anyway, here we are in the city between dimensions.
Well, like a vice? Because I can't picture a vice.
I mean, if we're dealing with platonic solids, then I'm gonna say that this is a dodecahedron made of coal.
Fuck, it's a platonic solid, actually. Real question. Instead of japery.
Basically, as Plato defined the world, there was a
Oh,
higher
God,
world.
Plato.
Yes.
Platonic forms are what is being discussed here. The platonic solids are polyhedrons whose faces are all the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
shit,
I remember
Polyhedrons
that
whose
concept.
faces are all regular
Platonic
shapes.
solids are dice. Yeah.
Okay, that just grabbed some neurons from high school.
That is dice. The one I was trying to go for and mixing up my terminology for, and thank you for the correction, was the idea of the shadows on the cave wall allegory, if you've ever heard that.
Yeah, platonic forms in the philosophical sense are essentially the thing which is most the thing. Like
What is the most real expression of this thing?
yeah, the platonic form of dog is if you took all the qualities that define dogness and set them to maximum.
And had no other qualities whatsoever interfering with it.
Yes.
Yeah, that
The
sounds
most
like Plato
dog
would
thing
make that
possible.
shit up.
The service of them is that you cannot prove or disprove that there is a world that these shapes, or these forms, are inhabiting, and we are not in that world, and we are seeing reflections cast by them that are not quite correct, and that is why there is variance in the world instead of perfection, is we are seeing imitations and shadows of these concept forms. That is a very truncated version of the metaphor.
Yeah, it's part of a very long metaphysical argument that Plato is making, and it is philosophically very interesting, but it is not at all relevant to anything.
What's Wesker's jacket made out of?
Probably
leather.
No. Probably ballistic fiber, honestly.
That's carbon, right?
That's carbon nanotubing. If you want to go for that.
So if we have maximum dog, what if we make a minimal dog on purpose to piss Plato off?
That the thing which is least dog-like, that's not going to piss him off. That makes perfect sense within this framework.
You would just find the form you would find the form that is the opposite of dog, which then is immediate beg the question of there must be the form of dog.
Yeah, the use of forms is to address the problem of, okay, do concepts exist separately from we, the people who are thinking about them?
Yes.
That is an argument that philosophers can be engaged in. And Plato's response is, yes, and they're over there.
Yeah, Plato made an entire, very long argument to basically provably, unprovably say, yeah, sure they exist, but they're somewhere we can never interact with, and we'll never be able to see them unless we get enlightenment, so it doesn't matter.
I know, that's stupid.
It
in
is
this
very
one instance,
clever, but also very dumb.
In this exactly one instance, I will defend Plato by saying that's basically just what other philosophers say about it.
Mean, yeah, it's imagining like basically some like ideal form of something, but like we don't have to say, and also it's in that universe over there.
Well, he's not saying that it's in another universe.
We cannot interact with them.
Yeah, the forms are perfect and therefore unchangeable.
So we can't observe this thing that technically, maybe theoretically, allegedly exists.
Yes.
We can't observe it because we are not perfect and we therefore are changeable.
Like, to put a specific form in mind here.
We can only observe the lesser things that exist.
What's a circle?
Right.
Yeah.
There can not
what
be a
is
perfect,
a circle?
that
you
makes
can draw
more
a
sense.
picture that resembles a circle that
That's
makes
not a
you think
circle.
of a circle, but that's not a true circle. So does a true circle exist? Because we can define what a circle is. It's all the points that are the same distance from a common point. That's what a circle is.
Yeah, and Plato is saying, yes, that exists. There is a perfect circle, but you can't interact with it. The only important factor is it's there, defining the word circle, the concept circle.
Yes.
If it didn't exist, then we wouldn't know what circles were.
It's a really long-winded argument to say that like you can have an ideal and chase it, but we probably never actually get there.
Welcome to philosophy.
Now we continue to appreciate the arts. So 145 AP for bards to be done with Beastmaster. When these fights are worth 4 and 8.
Respectable period. Wait
This is
till
workable.
burial sites.
And what I'm going to say in Plato's defense is at least he wrote engagingly, which is more than I can say for fucking Aristotle.
A lot of Greek philosophers had a readability problem, and honestly, Aristotle needs very little defending. We have Aristotle's lecture notes rather than anything he intended people to.
Yeah. But I've had to read Plato and I've had to read Aristotle, and oh my god, Plato is so much more fun.
It's night and day.
Plato makes jokes.
They're not always funny, but he makes them.
Fuck him up, Socrates!
Did he bathe at least?
Yes.
Yeah. No, hygiene was
The guy who notably didn't bathe was Diogenes,
the cool one.
Great.
father of the school of cynicism.
Which is not... No. Greek cynicism is basically an entirely different thing than the word we use in modern
The
English.
school of being like a dog is what it translates to.
So being horny? So partying? He's the party philosopher?
No.
No. He's essentially, I suppose you could call it early absurdism.
Basically, so you know how you looked at Plato's argument and you're like, that's fucking dumb, that's a bunch of words wasted on something you could just shrug at and say, yeah, of course? Diogenes.
Diogenes, the goal of cynicism was to live a life of virtue, which in their case was defined as live a life that is natural. Which to them meant you need to learn how to reject wealth, power, and fame, and just live a simple life in which you owned nothing and interacted with no society. And so they were called cynics by their critics because essentially they're
They
being
lived like
dogs.
dogs.
Yeah.
And Diogenes being Diogenes was just like, okay, yeah, call me a dog. I don't give a shit.
And yes, the plucked chicken incident is mocking someone's inadequate definition of a human.
Yes.
To be like, well, this, behold a man.
Yeah, the entire encapsulation there is actually a dig in Plato's extremely specific. Like, okay, you want very specific definitions of stuff? Okay, define what this is. And then bringing out a counterexample of, like, no matter what you define something as, I will find your exception. This is a stupid argument that will go forever.
Philosophers need to take a nap.
They
I
do.
mean, a lot of
often.
his thinking was very important in terms of building a basis for future thinking.
Yeah, I agree. They just sound like catty little bitches.
Oh,
though.
absolutely.
So, historically speaking, the people who can afford to be philosophers full-time for a living were the people who are rich enough to not have to do anything.
The one thing to remember about these people, though, is all of them were ripped as shit.
Really? They all worked out?
Yes.
I mean,
In
Plato,
the
Plato
Grecian
isn't a
ones-
name.
the
Plato
Grecian
is
ones-
a nickname. It
Yeah.
means burly, and it was Plato's wrestling.
Wide.
That was Plato's ring name. It's the same as if we were citing the great philosopher, Ultimate Warrior.
You say all men are created equal.
Because, you see, a fundamental principle of Greek philosophy was that mind and body both had to be exercised.
Arete.
Why doesn't academia lead with the fact that Plato is his ring name? That's such a fun
They do.
hook.
They do.
Oh, American
Just no
high
one
school
listens.
shit. Yeah.
High school is not academia.
Because high school is garbage.
I went to art school. Also similar garbage. Our ethics teacher taught us about the Jungian holographic universe and then checked out.
Ugh.
That's probably somebody who had a interest in that topic and that didn't actually care about the rest of philosophy because it served their own personal schema.
So I didn't pay attention.
Turtles.
Here's the thing. Philosophy taught to you by somebody bad at teaching philosophy is utterly insufferable, will teach you nothing, and basically make you hate everything involved.
Yeah.
Taught by someone good at it will probably be kind of insufferable and make you very irritated at a lot of philosophers, but you
it'll
will
be
learn how
fun.
to think.
And you will learn how formal logic works, which is actually a very valuable
That
skill.
is critical. Like, the ultimate goal of philosophy, in my mind, is not who is the most right in philosophical Thunderdome, everybody fight over who got the most rightness. It is, here is the tools you need to construct an argument about anything.
I mean, no one can
Go
be
for
right. That's by nature, like, fallacious because they're always
Interestingly,
getting.
the same tools work extremely well for math.
Yes, the two disciplines were almost synonymous for an extremely long time.
I've never even thought about a triangle before in my life.
But yeah, the skill of formal logic is valuable to learn because it essentially lets you break down an argument to see if there are any gaps where you aren't actually reaching step C from step A.
It is an immediate, like, and there are ways of being a perfectly solid logical argument that still doesn't work, and that's
Oh yeah, an argument being logically sound does not make it correct by any means.
That is one of the
Internal
very
structural
first things.
consistency.
Sorry.
Internal structural consistency is separate from external relevance
Being
to
right.
situations you're describing.
The yeah,
big
one of the
ifs.
first things good philosophical teachings will teach you is logical construction and how to analyze things and, examine logic and does this hold up if A follows B, then B follows C, etc., etc. The literal next step they will do is, okay, here's a situation where the logic all perfectly works, and yet the conclusion is patently and absurdly wrong and self-evidently can't be the truth.
Yeah, this is because one of the most important lessons of any philosophy class is logic is a tool. If you have starting premises that don't make sense, logic isn't going to make anything make sense.
Garbage
Logic
in, garbage
doesn't
out.
tell you anything except how to get
Foundations
from
of
point A
thinking.
to point B.
And if anybody is trying to tell you that logic and facts, etc., are the perfect true way of all solving problems, they have a bridge to tell you.
Yeah, if anyone tells you that they live only by logic, you
They're
need to
lying
ask
first.
yourself, why are they talking? Because the only logical thing to do from no starting premises is nothing.
Yep.
Vulcans in Star Trek are incredibly annoying because the writers keep refusing to accept
Yes.
and acknowledge that what they have created are space Buddhists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And they lean increasingly ridiculously on other elements and philosophies that make it undermine even harder until the point where it just turns into cartoon meat robots with elf ears.
There are well-done
Many
Vulcans
stories
who
get made
acknowledge that,
featuring
yes,
them.
we have emotional biases that give us our starting positions.
Like
But I
that's
can
like
only think
that
of...
was the groundwork that was set down with Spock, was the idea that it's not that they are unfeeling people, it is that they are culturally predisposed towards
Yeah.
carefully regulating your own behaviors.
Yes.
That it's a value that they live up to in their philosophy.
Yeah, basically the
measured
only
and
good
moderated.
Vulcans are Spock and the ones from DS9.
Yeah.
Particularly because said once in DS9, some of the examples where they have a character who's like, all right, so we've defined a cultural ideal for these space folk. Let's have someone who within that context is an asshole. And we acknowledge this individual is an asshole who doesn't play to the script. Because assholes exist. Baseball Vulcan is a really good Vulcan character because he's a jackass. He is a jackass who uses Vulcan impartiality and neutrality as a mask
And
to
the
be
weapon.
smug.
Also, earlier text comment from Chad that I want to shout out. One of their professors said the only point to Plato is the Socratic dialogues with flawed and specific learnable ways that enable you to learn how to think outside of the logical argument and basically find your own ways of engaging with stuff via logical methods that are not being handed to you as script. Yeah, very true. Because Plato's Republic is fucking garbage either way.
The Republic is garbage. I would say there is some value to some of his dialogues.
The dialogues have some value to them, but most people will... Okay, if somebody says, I like Plato, they're not talking about the dialogues.
Yeah.
They're talking about wanting to do the Republic.
But the Protagoras is legitimately a fun read, and you should read the Protagoras.
Yes.
Alright, one team has entered the Dimensional Rift. though there's much to do here that will serve to prepare for the things we do going forward. The real grind starts here. This team doesn't even have any of their sandals yet.
Gotta get footwear.
Death has been dealt.
Gotta get them kicks.
This is not a great room to be attempting to initiate Void Grind in. I may want to I might need to preheat this team outside of the Void. Darts does remain underleveled as a crew.
Oh yeah, this crew hasn't had a grind yet, have they?
No, they have managed to coast by on bribes.
I'm glad that that someone set up an elevator system for the Void.
Well, it's more that one happened to get assembled.
Yes. The dungeon in the Void is composed of the locations that have been tossed in.
It is the scrambled tile sets of everywhere else in the game.
It is a shuffle.
The hand gesture that Spock does is... It is a shin, but more specifically, it is one of the variants of the Chai. Of the Chai symbol, which... sometimes you do it with the two fingers like Spock does, sometimes you turn the middle and ring finger down to touch your palm, but it is a recreation of a Hebrew word meaning life with your hand.
Got some posters in the bylaws, yeah.
Right, the thief is holding the chicken knife right now. It's fine. One of these days I will get back to hate watching Star Trek Discovery.
Why would... No. Oh.
For the same reason that I watch bad
Conversation
cop
can bring
shows,
to
Darren.
To a close there. Although, the trailing remark is, the hope I would have is that after the traditional season or two of strange jank, that someone takes the wheel and points that property towards not being trash. Good things could be done with many of the people working on that show.
Yeah, that is the way of things.
It is a show that has more executive producers than lead actors and writers combined. That is the character of what is wrong with Discovery.
Oh boy.
If at some point the Thunderdome occurs and culls the herd and brings it down to any one creative vision.
Somebody pick something. I don't care if it sucks. Just pick one.
There was an actress on the show who had a reasonably high ranking in the main credits role, who they spent 2 seasons doing nothing with.
Yeah,
she was just a background character.
All franchises are now plotted by committee, so...
A background character who also has, very extensive makeup work that is done. They're this cyborg who is just kind of there on the bridge, and that they don't write any plots involving this cyborg.
Despite having
for 2
high
seasons. High billing, and clearly, is the member of the cast who one of the members of the cast who has to spend 10 hours in the makeup chair every time they show up for being filmed. and she doesn't get to say anything for 2 years.
That's a very strange decision.
Almost every shot that she's in is just kind of, the camera shows that she's there, and there's like a bit of a robot noise to be like, yep, that's a robot, and then nothing further.
Man, if I was that actress, I'd be pissed.
When she finally did get a plot, it was to have the character killed off because the actress was done with this fucking show.
Correct.
For which, who can blame her?
Yes, that is the correct move to eject.
I'm exerting creative control. You're killing my character. What? I quit.
Right, World 3 begins, which means step 1, bird up.
I need to go back and rewatch Babylon 5.
So do I.
Look, Boko is a very smart bird, and therefore he will not get on this airship that has crashed multiple times.
Yeah, so unfortunately, here is one of the edge cases where the differences between the attributes of the characters actually matters. Lena's higher magic was making sure that I reliably killed these turtles with 2 scrolls, so switching over to arts cut back on that. Though maybe, do I have any? Elven Mantle does the best for that. The best for that. Do I have? Dancing Dagger would slightly boost your magic. That might tip it over the edge. We'll see. There we go, yeah. Clean. The pile of spines grows larger. Medical ingredients, teeth, skeletons. Teeth.
Skeleton.
I have no grievance with the cure beasts. Your spines are useless to me.
God, I hope my spine's useless.
I got summoned by useless spines.
Ah, welcome.
We are collecting turtle shells.
Vaporizing turtles with wave after wave of ninja magic.
Good.
This is necessary for pharmacy. This is preferable for pharmacy. You can do a full run of the end game with not maxed out supplies of chemicals. But we're moving at a leisurely pace, so we're moving at 4 leisurely paces overlapped into 1 frantic pace.
Have I missed any important plot events?
Two of the timelines have gotten solidly into World 3, where Xdeath has begun punching holes in the world just basically because he can, and he's experimenting with the power of the Void. And out of spite for people helping you, he has thrown most of the inhabited towns in the world into the Void.
So we have to break open the 12 sealed weapons, except we only need to break open 3 of them.
Fair enough.
Also, there is a cutscene that I believe we still have chances for you to see if you don't catch up on the VOD of... basically, we go back to Guido the Turtle Sage and be like, hey, okay, so the world's emerged, now what? And then a splinter falls out of Bryle and is basically turns into Xdeath, and he's like, aha! I turned myself into a splinter of wood so you wouldn't attack me!
You
Got
forgot,
him!
I'm made of wood.
That's
You've been bruised.
fantastic.
Yeah, like,
Classic
he explodes
wood
into
ruse.
shrapnel and then just regrows out of it. Like, what's good?
Go back, I'm wood. I grow on trees.
And then he and Guido have a teleporting DBZ fight where their sprites go all over the screen, and it's wonderful.
Two teams are engaged in prep. Third team is also engaged in prep. There's been a lot of number collecting in various forms during this session. Much of it is number collecting with eyes toward endgame setups.
Yeah.
This team is appreciating art in order to generate a bit of money and to finish off sheep mastery for carts.
World 3 is a series of things that you may or may want to not do. In Fiesta, you end up not usually wanting to do almost any of them. So it is usually grind to get ready to go into the final dungeon, which is the Void, which is a scrambled up mashup of all the tile sets in the game, and
Good.
then delve into the Void to fight the giant boss gauntlet, and then eventually hit the final boss. The final tile set of the Void, by the way, is phenomenal. It is a bunch of crystals hanging in the starry abyss.
Well,
Nice.
at least we'll get replacements for the ones we broke.
Space. Yeah, so the art dungeon here is a good source of AP and money, especially if you have any of the more direct ways to destroy these statues, which are big lightning damage or level 5 death. Or just big crowd damage in general. But
They
even when
have-
paying the price
that's
of
right.
gold needles, it still does a lot of work. That's all. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that they've got fun sprites.
Yeah. To fully understand the sheep, you must become the sheep. Once you become the sheep, you can emulate all other creatures. Sheep is complete.
That makes sense. Entirely. You can get to, like, any other animal from sheep bones.
I'm distressed that my brain latched onto that and began to extrapolate, and immediately was just like, Just a bunch of high-speed transformation and, like, skews in my brain. Nah, it all just goes back to sheep, huh?
Mostly it reminds me I need to check on the Kickstarter I backed that is going to send me sheep knuckles.
Nice.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
right, I
immediately
remember.
went to thinking about costume-wise here, because,
Oh my god!
Ferris's Beastmaster costume that has earmuffs.
That's
Was just thinking about it out
adorable.
of, so, like, Karts has the prominent, like, ram horns on his sheep outfit. Lena just has, like, a hairband.
Yeah, and,
And then Kryle has horns, but they're, like, kind of tiny and
my
back.
God.
Little curly horns. Anyway. Bird up.
Oh, bird can wade?
Yes. Bird is canoe.
Checks out.
Anyway,
Horse can swim.
there's hints that this is here.
Yeah, there's a lot of hints that speak of where all the content in World 3 is. You know, if
Magic
you're
lamp.
walking around consulting NPCs for dialogue, like a weirdo.
But yeah, Magic Lamp is extremely powerful tool. It will cast almost every summon in the game in reverse order of power, starting with the strongest. So it is a loaded gun to take into difficult encounters.
Oh, wait, I
Makes
need to
sense.
correct party composition here by restoring, yes, justice.
Oh my god, it's adorable.
Yeah, the Berserker Kigurumi may be my single favorite sprite in this game.
For now, equip ribbon in there. I may do some. We need to do some adjusting. Hold on. How many ranks of time mage do you have? 3. You should start studying your wizardry. You can be a time mage with a ribbon for now, or rather, a time mage with another gold hairpin. Well, with the gold hairpin. Bards can get mad for a while. Or, bards can become Thinkzerker. Well, pre-Thinkzerker. We still need to acquire the thinking stick. Yes, also, most of everyone else escaped from Tycoon as well.
How many
Parliament
of
is
the
just
nerds
hanging out
escaped
here.
the library before it fell into the hole?
Unclear. Some, not all.
Yeah, none of these teams need to go to Fork Tower. We will not be
No.
witnessing Rogue Wizard today.
I'm Berserker, Dancer, Ranger, so... the bow? The axe?
These formed the basis for one of the relic weapons in 14, didn't they?
Probably.
This is a very common thing through the whole series, is the 12 Zodiac weapons.
Oh, I mean, Noctis just has all of them in his head.
This is in Tactics, this is in 14, this is in 15, this is in... I swear there's other ones.
And for this crew... stick.
Can you break this stick?
No. What this will do for you is it will cast Raise when you brandish it for free,
Oh,
which is pretty
no.
economical.
That's handy, yeah.
It is.
It's only basic
extremely
Raise,
useful.
but it's helpful. Anyway, Rune Axe. That description is not accurate to what it does, but this is an axe that also scales off of magic. Just
Oh.
equally off magic and strength, as long as you have any MP to fuel it with. And think Zerker has a lot of brain juice to apply to complicated problems.
So if you put an incredibly high scaling magic stat sub-ability on your Berserker and hand them a rune axe, they will think very hard at their opponent.
Thinking.
Is that just a grave chilling in the middle of the room?
This
It's
is
a-
a...
it's
That's the
steel.
tablet.
Yeah. The main quest line for World 3 is to acquire the 4 slabs from 4 dungeons, one of which is mandatory to get here. And then you can cash in the slabs for weapons.
Ah.
If you
That's
tap-
gorgeous.
Yeah, this is the final tile set of the void.
Here is Crystal Zone.
It
And
is.
these are all the
very
demons that X-Death is making friends with.
Yes,
This
he
is-
sends 3 of them out to be the bosses of the remaining 3 dungeons.
Good. These
And
are
then the rest of those are the gauntlet for the end game. Speaking of... Hello, Sand.
Those are all the demons that had been chucked into the void by wizards as containment, and X-Death riled them all up and was like, "Hey, you want to go get revenge?"
Doors
This
open.
lamp
Jailbreak.
is coming.
Aren't you tired of being nice?
I don't think any of them were ever nice. That's why they got thrown into space jail.
Exactly.
Well, now you never know. Some of them might have been chill once.
You do some of the optional demon bosses early before that cutscene. You can see gaps in
Yes.
the demon line because you killed those bosses. That's wonderful. I've never done that.
That's super cool.
I am giving Samurai a chance to walk away from this fight.
It's not going very well for that.
Monk, in theory, has the upgraded Kaiser Knuckles.
Sand.
Just win.
But Monk is still going to be wanting to wear Hermes boots because haste beats everything.
Haste and immunity to non-haste. Hi, Dorm Chimera. Goodbye, Dorm Chimera. Also, each section of the Void contains an encounter from earlier in the game in the Shuffle as a rare. Some of which are like, hey, look how far you've come. This used to be terrifying. Now it's nothing.
Yeah, Dorm Chimera. Remember how we spent like most of a session in one timeline preparing for that? We could just kind of put one in the headlock now.
Nice.
And right, the free brew is here. We were evacuating from the building as the dimensions collapsed, but we grabbed the jug.
Yup, I love that detail. It's like, first thing we grabbed was the infinite jug of healing juice.
I mean, if you had an infinite jug of healing juice, it would be
Yeah.
the first thing you took. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated while fleeing from... And look, now the giant swamp is a giant meadow instead. It's
Oh,
grassland.
no.
Swamp has been destroyed. Victory, at last.
Why would this guy do this?
Hey, it's the big
guess I could
bridge.
just- Yeah, the big bridge is now here, cut in half by... That's one of the 4 dungeons.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, both
World
world maps
3.
are full of conspicuous details of, oh, that's a thing no one would have any way to get to. Why is it there? It's because they're part of the combined geography.
You would not be able to get to this until
There's
right
this
now.
tower that is on top. That is the top half of the garage. That was underneath Crescent Bay. I think the preheating
purple
grind is
chocobo
just kind of
woods.
walking around this. Yeah, the two archipelagos are in fact this weird long land.
Oh yeah, let's just make a land bridge that
Land
goes
bridge to
around an
nowhere.
entire ocean.
Makes it look like that's a good slug.
It's quite a good slug.
It's also an extremely good witch.
Yeah, though the moon behind her.
Yeah, that
The
moon,
moon
has,
behind her
has-
is the real power here.
Yep.
that moon is not trustworthy.
The witch has no visible face. Consider, is it a decoy?
Yes. There's also no feet.
Also, yeah, I guess until we have any of the workarounds, let's just use Assassin's Dagger. I guess I will use this legendary killing device.
Right, that's my train of thought. The land bridge makes it look like once upon a time, something very large slammed into that zone from space. It's a big crater.
Perhaps. Alright, so Team Bart's just grabbed their 3 weapons.
The
Doing those 2
sudden
things.
tone
with
adjustment there was strong.
Yeah. Now, preliminary visit to Mirage to do exchange of goods and services. The other main thing that foreknowledge gives you this place, Phantom Village. There is an in-game hint that this is here. It is in the 3rd of the 4 tablet dungeons. So you would, playing blind, presumably not find your way here. For quite a while.
That's neat. I like
But
that
if you
you
do,
can
also
get to
bird is
it.
there. You want to retrieve that bird, because yes, this is one of my dancer teams, and we're going to go commit some crimes for dancing.
Home of the pink
There's Quick.
chocobo.
There is Vanish. The secret store in the back that sells the good stuff. That is the the theme here. There's always a front and a back to each store. The front half of the spell store, these are all of the spells that would otherwise be missable because the places they are from get destroyed. They landed here.
Oh, wow.
So that is an almost full-time magic set. This is the reward for the 3rd tablet dungeon, and we don't really need it. We have other tools.
I really like that menu has songs and dark art directly next to each other.
Yes, yes. This guy, though. Piano speculator. That piano is over here, if you're doing that.
Strange piano
Or
organ.
no. Bird was hanging out in Crescent Woods and got very confused when dimensions collided. Bird is now back in service. So with this... Well, okay, first I will do preliminary Phoenix.
I think this means we now have almost
Nothing.
every form of transportation the game has ever given us.
Yes, most of the vehicles in this do not stay dead.
Oh, nice.
The only one I think we're missing is the boat that got destroyed.
The steamship is parked underground. We never get it back, but it is not broken.
It is there.
I was thinking of Ferris's ship, actually, but...
Oh,
yeah.
Ferris's original ship. Yeah, that's lodged in the ship graveyard, never to be retrieved. Alright, so a cowl for a ranger, crystal helm for berserker. Use the hairpin rather than the circlet. Garb there. Robe there. And we are going on an adventure to acquire appropriate armor for our dancer. Oh, this team hasn't sold the Hypno Crown yet. Alright, I can flip that.
Does it do anything, or is it just really pretty?
The control move that Beastmasters get is more accurate when you wear the Hypno Crown.
Oh, neat.
Every time I'm doing store management, I need to look back over at the job lists and check which time zone I am in.
Where am I?
What year is it? You could go finish looting the pyramid. That's a productive thing to do as a mask for grinding. As a grind mitigator. Which, so that is the main reason to do the rest of the content in World 3, is just to have tasks to accomplish while you get your number up.
Yep.
If you need number up.
Most teams will need a number up before going to the void. Oh, Alice. There are some teams that will be able to go straight into the void and get sufficient number in there via bullshitting. But
Monk, please. Monk, why are you like this? I bought you endgame armor. This is as durable as you're allowed to be, Monk.
I think Cryo should be allowed to curl up into a ball in the desert whenever she wants. She's earned it.
valid. But yeah, for those who were wondering when we said that Monk has late game problems, we are now at late game problems for Monk.
Oh, these drop dark matter. Interesting. I can harvest atoms from the desert. It's probably a rare drop, so it's not a... Well, if they're very defeatable, though, that is a team that has ninja. I could throw water. I could throw pictures of water.
Hydrate to the desert. Recreate the swamp.
Last. Balance.
We will make the desert bloom so that we can collect atoms. We will fill the desert with deuterium.
Fresh snakes.
Sure. Okay. Yep.
Something
That's
restocks
grand.
the snakes.
Yeah.
Probably the mummies. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and actually collect loot from these monster boxes. Behold the damned.
I love them.
Darts, please.
One time I meet the microphone to pull her away from trying to, pry the cover off with her claws, she meows.
It's correct that that wasn't caught. Cryptid status preserved.
Yeah, no. My cat is very cryptid.
These face slabs are fun.
The face slabs are in FF14, and they're some of the more annoying enemies.
The problem is not that you were on the left. The problem is that you got up on the table and you started messing with everything. You can stay on my left.
Cat chastised.
In 14, they're in the step, and they're just hovering stone slabs with faces on either side, so it's very hard to tell which way they're facing.
Immediately going for it again, okay? I see.
Releasing bees into this ancient tomb. Cat wants to be content. Anyway, turtles. Almost completing the spine collection. Done with this any day now.
If I met somebody who said that they had a spine collection, I think I would be deeply afraid or incredibly impressed, and I don't think there's a middle ground.
You have to ask if they know Skull
Why
Collector.
would you be only one of those things? Those are not contradictory emotions.
They're not.
Spine can be an instrument, remember? There's reasons to have a collection of spines.
Valid to collect spines.
Valid to collect spines. Oh, I'm glad I didn't entirely miss today. I was worried I was going to sleep through it.
Move your tail away from the microphone, and you immediately go to loudly slap it on the back of the monitor next to the microphone. Are you doing this? You are doing this on purpose. You are rolling your head across the power button, not hard enough to turn it off. What did I not do for you today? What did I not
Advanced
do for
cat
you today?
techniques.
Hard enough to not turn it off. Hard enough to freak you out.
Yeah, no, when I blipped earlier, that's because she accidentally pressed it. But now she is like rubbing her head affectionately on the wires, but also across the power button.
This is a threat.
And she's giving me
Your
like
cat is
the half
extorting you.
eyelid blink, and like what? What do
This
you
is
want?
extortion, but she's not telling you what she wants.
What do you want? You want your squeak toy? Is
I
that
mean,
it?
power bars are probably warm.
It doesn't look like that. You're looking at me, not the toy.
At least she's just fucking with you.
Clearly, now is the time to go for belly.
See, no, she actually lets me do the belly on her own terms. Like, when she's happy to see me in the mornings, she will roll over and show it to me and demand me scratch it. Okay, definitely not interested in the squeak toy. Cat wants attention. You have no idea how much attention I'm giving her to stop her from ripping things apart. But I don't know.
Your cat's finding joy in having power over you. Just accept it, dude.
No, that's honestly what's probably going on with her, you know? Hand out. Do you want to be pet? Sniff the hand. And head retracts back.
There, this ends in the only proper way, collecting the last turtle shell and throwing away 2 extras that won't fit in the bus.
Oh my god.
These are useless to me.
See, I was squishing Cat for a bit to express affection, and then she decided to do the microphone gambit. Laser pointer on the ground is not keeping her attention for more than half a second at a time, which is impressive, as usually that drives her nuts.
I mean, a cat that isn't a laser pointer cat.
Regina played with a laser pointer once for 5 minutes and then decided that she was done perceiving it.
I mean,
Regina makes sense.
Regina seems like the cat that's just like, no, I need the extra mile.
Yeah. I gotta buy that string that goes around cat posts because I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 long pillars that I would like to wrap in that stuff to construct a sort of cat tree. Some kind
I
of
think she'd appreciate it.
branching cat tree.
Okay, you're keeping all. Please move your right paw an inch back. Thank you.
No.
Steve is working.
I don't like how it is hovering exactly over the power button.
I do.
No. This is great.
Yeah, I'm
You're
here for this
hearing me-
content.
You are hearing me be bomb negotiator with my cat.
Yeah, it's great.
And like, oh, she's poised to maybe jump down? No?
Keep petting and nobody explodes.
Yeah, no, like my cat Alice will also loves like her toy eye stuff with Silvervine because much in fitting with her cryptid nature, she doesn't go for catnip at all. Silvervine activates the reaction.
Yeah, that's about 1/3 of cats go for
Yeah.
Silvervine instead of catnip.
Okay, now on the lap, put blanket down on the lap, even though it's a little toasty, so you can be careful and comfortable and not claw the living crap out of my legs because I don't know where the nail clippers are.
This is just a lady.
Lady with a magic lamp.
Yeah, it's a lady with an incense lamp that she can summon monsters with.
It's just minding her own business.
In the horrible monster-infested pyramid, yes.
Her own business.
Yeah.
Maybe she feeds them. Maybe she tends the snakes.
Well, someone has to.
The various robots.
Sure, okay, yep.
Okay. I have
Oh, these are full of ether.
her in my lap, petting her to make her not move. And while she's not really giving me much attention with her head, she'll usually headbutt me and rub against me if she wants it. I have put my controller with one hand on it in front of her, and she is incessantly rubbing her face on, the hand grip on the other side of it.
Good.
What on earth is up with you today?
And this is the team with no use for ethers, so each of those that I managed to steal is a little subsidy to the sample fund. We do need shoes. Everyone needs shoes. 16 pairs of shoes. Or 12 pairs of shoes if I want to delay until I get the set that's there for free in Void Castle.
So many shoes.
I will fight this mummy. These mummy.
They look like they are bending down to offer you ancient wisdom. And this is met correctly with knife.
has been chained. Changed. Chained.
Water is chained.
The water is chained to bowl.
Squirrel was useless against the mummies.
Oh,
Vale says no. Imposter says yes. I still think she was a rescue cat. She was found outdoors in a pretty good condition, so I think she was somebody else's cat that either got out or was abandoned. And the way she uses her tail is so unlike any cat I've ever owned that I swear she was raised with a dog.
Just get the thornlet.
Because every other cat I've ever had has stuck to the logic of thrashing tail means irritated and about to bite you. Her, it'll thump whenever she feels like it, but especially when she's happy.
yeah, that checks out for cat raised by dog.
Hope doesn't use her tail that much, honestly. She just kind of twitches it once in a while to, like, give her a receipt that, yes, she's aware that that thing happened.
Hers is almost constantly moving, and not wagging exactly like a dog's, but like thrashing or swaying back and forth.
Art appreciation. That's what's happening here with cards.
Ah,
Beat another
Right, yes.
65 AP.
Over the past couple of weeks, this sort of routine is emerging with Regina, which is not desired, but is still very fun. Because it's quite an event for me to be able to get into the kitchen. If I go to the kitchen, then she assumes that I'm going there to give her treats. And
Oh,
if I
no.
do not give her treats, that means the next person who goes into the kitchen has to give her treats.
Oh no!
So this has resolved in her jumping up on the medicine counter and just hollering extensively whenever anyone goes into the kitchen. She cannot actually reach the treats in their current location, and she is forever mad about this, having previously burrowed and chewed through any obstacles in her way, including plastic.
Yeah.
Remember the packs.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that she had bored through plastic, and that was just like, that is one small grace that my little monster hasn't done yet. She has chewed through the
Sometimes.
packaging, but not a plastic tub.
So, for
Sometimes
some
it's just
reason,
like, go on.
like, Hope was very elegant at all times, but, like, if she can ever smell cheese, or if she notices me opening up a chip bag that probably has cheese powder in it, she will fucking activate.
Yeah. For my cat,
I do not
Yeah.
understand.
weirdly enough, there are two foods that I eat that neither God nor anime could protect you from having her get her hands on the wrapper as soon as she is able. Saltine crackers and Twizzlers.
Craves that mineral.
Earlier today, I had fucking McDonald's delivered to me because it's just one of those days. Little treat. The fries I took out. I didn't really intend on eating them because, like, I don't like McDonald's fries in the first place. I just wanted like one of those. Whatever, you understand.
Yeah.
I do.
Fucking Hope ran up the couch like an Olympic sprinter and just started looking the salt off of them while I was staring at them to consider what to do with them. And like, it took a few seconds to register what was happening. I just went like, huh. Really? Those?
Cat wants salt lick.
And then I tossed the Naosaki fries into the fucking...
I made the critical mistake once of her inquisitively sniffing a saltine cracker and me holding it out to her like, yeah, sure, you can have a little bit of this. And now she has discovered she quite likes saltine crackers. So it is the one food I cannot eat without her immediately climbing up on me like, hey, where's the tribute?
Regina doesn't generally bother with people food much, but there is a wonderful Turkish place that I like to get gnocchi from, and other creamy sauce things, and she will go absolutely apeshit for their sauces in particular.
The only people food Alice has noticed as actually good is saltine crackers, which, in all things considered, that's fine. So
And,
long
like,
as...
It's just, she doesn't want to actually eat it, is the thing. Like, she just gets really excited sniffing it, which... Okay, sure, that's fine. At the end of the meal, at the front of the meal, you're in danger of drooling into my food, and I would prefer you did not.
Oh god.
Oh man, now I want McDonald's. Big breakfast.
She has settled down for sleep with exactly one paw on, not quite on, but next to the keys of my keyboard. Something that I've discovered is when she has the opportunity and she's asleep, she likes to rest her paw on the spacebar, which I tend to notice when my programs or my text window starts going nuts.
Yeah.
By the way, the bridge is still here as a location you can walk into.
Yep. Still got the
Oh,
music.
that's fun. Oh, so every journey across the bridge is always just like
Yes.
that then.
Always at
Good,
full
I'm
volume.
glad.
It is always in the
Never turns it off. Oh. I think Morse fell asleep.
Moore's asleep.
Morse, are you alright?
Morris sounded pretty tired. He might have actually fallen asleep. This is quite later than he usually hangs out. I think he might have fallen asleep at the keyboard.
That's very funny.
Trying to work out how to just drag him out of the call. I'll throw him in the AFK swamp. If he comes back, he can notice.
Do you have an AFK swamp?
Yes. And Discord really did. There we go. There's the spot to scroll to. Alright, off you go.
Good night, Morse.
Anyway, adventure! We gotta storm a fortress. X-Death! Chaos!
Chaos! Kill!
Think about chaos.
Regret.
Yes, this team is now mostly stocked on number.
Did you
And because
finish
chemist, it can do a lot with less number.
Good night to the various people in chat who have realized that they also need to pass the fuck out.
It's getting a little close for me. Not quite yet. But...
I am personally energized after awaking from my cactus feud.
Fucking
Festive.
incredibly powerful stuff.
It brings me a great amount of joy that I found the Nightcore Eurobeat. It wasn't fast enough. I put it to 1.5 speed. And then I felt it in time with it until the exact moment the mix ran out, in which case I had 5 minutes to get into a sleep position and then passed out.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Ask me about
yeah,
last weekend.
Well,
What
about
happened last weekend, Sana?
I did nothing but Digivolve and de-Digivolve Terriermon to get his ability up. It was
For
nice.
48 hours?
Yeah, for about 2 days. Not literally
I
48
respect you
hours.
immensely.
I've just been playing JRPGs for the last, I played, before that, I played FF1, I played Digimon Cyber Sleuth, and before that, I think I played a JRPG with Forgot already, so.
I just picked up
Goodbye,
Monster
old
Hunter
dog.
Stories too, because I played the demo after looking at a little bit of it and turned out hell.
Flesh?
Flesh.
Teeth.
I love Teeth House.
Moment time.
Children love the 2 hours.
It's late. I'm tired.
Team
Go to bed if you
Bards
want.
is
No,
figuring
not
out
yet.
what gear they can sell. Alright, Flame Tongue. It's Timber Denrin, so swords don't need to be here. Mithril Knife has been here for far too long. One will use the Twin Lance. Partisan can go. Death Sickle has historic value. Icebrand can leave. Flash and the Katetsu are both out of here. Generic Rod.
Ugh, I hate Rod.
Second gold hairpin can stay. Luminous Robe is obsolete.
Oh wow, seeing the
Thunder Rod can
description
leave.
for the hairpin, and I immediately understood why that's here.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Thunder and Frostbow. Frostbow doesn't need to be here. Thunderbow might be.
Frostscar.
Bronze Shield out. Mithril Shield out. Gold Shields out. Leather Cap. Green Beret. Ninja Suits. Silver Plate. All the jumping around means I have done less stabilizing of inventories. This is a team which has not yet sold their Hypno Crown. They are
Well, if
not
you need
users
it.
of the Hypno Crown. Godspeed, Hypno Crown. Go into the world and find your Hypno Queen. Diamond Helm out. Diamond Plate out. Tiger Mask leaves. Diamond Armor leaves. Robe leaves. And that gives me money for 1 pair of sandals. Almost for a second.
It's that kind of night where I type chemist subclass into the Wikipedia search bar like that would explain anything to any algorithm.
Power Armlet doesn't need to be here.
Or it would be frightening if it was though.
Right?
Have a subclass of pharmacologist.
I wanted to know what the sub-studies under the chemistry were, and my brain was like, I asked the chemistry subclasses. Of course. These ones are available to elves only.
Diamond Shield is not necessary. That's 2 sandals. Alright.
Sonny, you're a delight, and it's glad to know you.
Yo,
Thanks.
confirmed.
Anyway, this squad now has to go commit crimes. cottages may be of use in pursuit of crimes. Well, let's see how many. 18 Phoenix down. All right. I already retrieved the chocobo, and I know that this inn doesn't sell cottages because they're weird like that. Yeah, I'm here to purchase temporary shelter, but not from you in your building. So, this is Phoenix Tower. Accessible only by way of landing bird in these woods. And then taking a walk.
What is... Okay. Pancake?
Pancakes. Yeah, like the
Hadn't
D&D
seen
monster.
that one before. Very strong.
It's the D&D monster name, but it's like some sort of fucked up centipede instead.
Yeah, it is the current iteration of the centipede sprite. And land. You know land.
Yeah. Covered in moss.
Whoop! There she
Somehow, which is impressive.
That will defeat land. Get out of here. Cast into the rift. Okay, Pyramid Crew. Just kind of here to have a thing to do. Let's fight more robots, I guess. I'm gonna go get that black robe that's over there in the cube. Continue to just drain the coolant out of these robots. Smother them in bees.
It's that time of the night where we make night soup.
Smart.
Home-style chicken noodle, Campbell's, Royco soup.
Not bad.
Just thinking about that commercial where a dude's on a toilet and grows a sword and annihilates something.
The what?
It's animated.
Oh
It
my
sounds
god,
like
I
soup.
just remembered what you mean. Oh my, yeah, met Roy Coke couple soup. Yeah, okay. Wow, that took a while for my brain to actually sort together. Yeah, it is the audio of an ad dubbed over on a really weird animation.
No, that's the
Oh, okay.
commercial in my heart.
Gina has arrived and craves the string.
I'm amazed anyone understood what the fuck I was talking about.
I didn't until I saw the person in chat going with it.
I love to leave fun brain puzzles for all of my friends and viewers to try and solve.
Is this an outlet for your latent architectural desires?
The master.
It's the Spencer's mention of the mind. Oh god, Spencer's Mind Palace. Behold, my Mind Palace that actually makes it way harder for me to remember anything.
Ah, brain fog.
Yep.
Most of the things I have left behind here are just dark matter, so not too much incentive to go around here. I will not acknowledge Sekhmet.
Why not?
I will acknowledge Zephyrus.
Thank you, Gina. Yep. Hello.
On top of my lap or on top of the computer. Pick one, please. Stop typing with your tail. How do you do that?
That's powerful.
Yeah, no, she was just thrashing her tail and it was mashing like A, Z, S, K, D, C.
Cat Manifesto.
Nope. Back from the AFK swamp. Do you live?
Huh? So,
We thought you fell asleep.
I think I may have, yes.
Yep. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Yes, I'm gonna boop your nose. Are you ready? Ready? The pact is sealed.
Diplomacy has succeeded.
Yes. She will stop choosing violence on my leg.
That truce is not gonna hold. I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's fine. I have captured her attention instead with my, like, giant round dog plush.
Very good. We have tactical deployment of crap. We're also seals.
Yeah, I gotta, like, shore up the crab limbs so she doesn't accidentally snap one off. I think she would be distressed.
Would that activate the prey drive, though?
Then
I
I
think
would
I'm
be
going to
distressed.
officially go to sleep now.
Alright.
Yeah.
Take care of
Take it
yourself,
easy.
Morse.
But yeah, the dog orb is one of her favorites because when she steps on it, it compresses into a perfect sleep platform. But to be able to curl up and sleep on it, she has to get all four paws on it, and then so does a little balancing act for a while.
That's incredible.
The other one she really likes is a long snow leopard that's about the same length as her, and she also does a little bouncing gap act to, like, stretch out and lay perfectly on top of it.
Cats are so good.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just waiting for her to realize that Crab is of sufficient size that she can carry it around in her mouth.
Oh my god, that would be adorable.
Because, yeah, like, sometimes the thing she will do, usually at about 3:30 in the morning, is stalk the hall balefully, just yowling like she's in profound distress until someone comes to look at her, at which point she will drop the Beanie Baby she has been holding in her mouth, triumphant.
God, so I've mentioned this before, I believe to you, but this is something worth repeating on live audio. One of my childhood cats would do that, except he would specifically go to the kitchen, take the dish towel that was hanging off the handle of the oven, and then drag it between his legs through the house yowling until you came and looked at him like, look at what I caught, and then he would put it down and walk away.
Yeah, that's the move.
Dumb little shit, I love that. It's adorable.
And like when I say drag between, it's like I mean he specifically like would hunker down and make sure it was dragging between all of his legs under his
Good.
butt.
I think I saw that in Mad Max.
This is also the means by which Regina will bring me hand warmers and scarves and small blankets if I get too cold.
Very powerful.
She tried with slippers once, but they had pom-poms on them and she got distracted.
Alright, catch. Acquired. So now... Bart's into canonical dancer outfit, also
Yes,
with
good.
just a jug full of bears.
Now we're Ash got him.
The dance of the gourd. Now sheep. With, control. But all of this control is kind of the good secondary move to have. Pass over the Hypno Crown.
Yeah, something new with my
Gourd.
cat. She's been doing the, the other thing cats will do when you're opening a door, they'll try to flow out of it.
Oh god, yeah, she does it every time we try to get home from work, yeah.
Yeah, she started doing that in a new place. I take that as a cue for I need to sniff air for a bit. So I'll scoop her up in my arms and just let her look around for a bit.
Yep. She will
It's
try
really
and get
cute.
out. She will try and get out into the
Hello, do you know?
apartment complex hallway if she can get any chance to. And once I feel a little more safe, which, you know, God knows when that will be, I will put her on the cat leash harness and get her used to it and not have her feign a dramatic death every time I try doing it, and then have her walk around with a ridiculous simulation.
Mm-hmm.
I love the just defeated slump that comes with early harness training if a cat isn't, like, naturally vibing with it.
Yeah, I was
So-
shocked at how well Hope vibed with it.
So the funniest thing is the first time I did it, she would like slump on the ground and wriggle and riot to try to get it off her before just kind of falling over like I'm dead and I'm done and you know I can't move anymore. Oh, woe is me. So then I threw a treat down on the ground about 3 feet in front of her, and she stared at it, rolled over on her stomach, army curled forward and ate it without getting off the ground, and then flopped over on her side again. Just kind of like you didn't see that. I can totally move. You didn't see that. You're not a cop, are you?
Oh, that reminds me of something that happened a few days ago, actually. Fucking so there's this outdoor cat in my new place that's just like I know because I can hear it just squeak at people who pass by. It's pretty rad, honestly. And people will loudly remark like, "Oh my god, that cat's adorable." Anyways,
Sounds like a
Roughly-
cat was a good racket.
yeah, roughly where it is, there's a cat statue, just like a statue of a cat sitting down, like it's cat shaped. And when I took Hope out in my arms one day, we passed by it, and she could smell cat and thought she could also see cat, so therefore that was cat. And she wanted to kick that thing's ass so bad.
Oh
So I was like, I see the reality when you get out of my arms, and that's the last time I see you. We're going back inside.
also just appreciating that Kryle's hat gets the sunglasses, not Kryle's face.
Yeah, Kryle, because Kryle is shorter than everyone else, the blind icon is in the wrong position. So she just wears the glasses on her forehead. Has trouble hitting things anyway. Right, this is this team's first time in here. Let me get into a fight so that I can mix Levisolve. So that is Aiden's Kiss and Antidote.
Oh shit, that was good soup.
Nice. Just noticed that Ferris seems to be wearing leg warmers.
They look like Saiyan boots to me.
That's also a solid read, the one I refuse to acknowledge because I hate those shoes.
Yeah, those shoes are a lot.
Yeah, all of Toriyama's fashion is terrible.
Yamaoka!
Akira Yamaoka, I know how he dresses. Not my fucking business.
Now, that's not fair. There's exactly one piece of very potent fashion that I have seen in that series. It
What would
is
that
the
be?
pink shirt with Batman written on it.
Okay. Everything has an exception to the rule that proves the rule. Batman is
Yeah.
something I would wear.
Damn.
No, given him, like, if you just pass me any, like, t-shirt that's from Japan and has English words on it, they don't, like, they kind of know what they mean, but not really. I would wear those any day, probably. They just feel so fucking weird.
Alright, so Phoenix Tower. Welcome to this.
What is
So
the
let
secret
me just
of the-
verify. We're not running the entirety of this dungeon. The enemies here have stuff I want to steal.
Yep. This dungeon is a very brutal place, but has very good things for certain specific groups.
They're looking to steal from Parthenope. And maybe
I'm sorry.
score rare drops off of Shuri.
Let's go mug people.
This will require
Hell yeah.
This will require re-identifying, as always, which of the creatures is which. So these are Lemure and Paranthrope. So I want to rob one of these, but not the other. To be determined which of them that is. I
had a
think
solid
Lemure
moment.
is the snake.
I'm just
Also
thinking
frog.
that was the Final Fantasy VII lady.
I mean, possible cross-pollination.
Here. I like that she has pansies. Those are very recognizably pansies.
Good thinking, Berserker. Okay, so the snake is Parenthope, and the bouquet is Lemure. Which is neither of the things I want to interact with. So,
Oh no, the frog is dead on the ground.
the frog is completely annihilated.
Fucking ripped, splat, rolled flat.
Yes, hello, Jim.
It's the main thing about what makes the creatures in this place dangerous, and I don't have a lot of frog cures, so that's fun. A lot of what they do is counterattacks, so if you have any way to prevent that, like say the stop that I have applied to this Lemure, that makes this nice and safe. I'm carrying exactly the one cottage. I may end up bouncing off of this expedition. We'll see. Okay, yeah, so over there with the scarf, with the long scarf, I guess? Yeah, that's Sherry.
Cat saying hi.
Sherry can drop Hermes sandals.
Oh, nice.
Imagine 6 skunks wrapped in inner tubes and the whole thing is set ablaze. That might approach the metaphysical stench of this material. Someone's description of the stench of selenophenol, according
Oh, are
to
you
this.
reading Ignition?
Yeah, well, I'm reading materials I don't want to work with.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Which, boy, that's an evocative set of words.
Yeah, no, that blog is very good at evocatively describing a very bad chemical every time.
She's insisting that I hold her like shotgun right now.
Okay, time has unfrozen.
I love it so much. No, cock me, goddammit. We're going hunting.
Ready? You ready? Yes, approved.
Oh my god, that's such good sounds.
Powerful rumbles.
Welcome to Cat Chat. Top of the hour here.
Coral Ring. Alright, that's the other thing. These fights are inescapable, so if you get into one and you do not have appropriate tools, you are committed to adventure. So I'm probably going to end up bouncing off of gear and needing to go buy supplies.
Dear likes being pet under the chin, but only by the very edge of my thumb, and will grab my entire arm to facilitate this. She will then use it as a headrest, which is what's going on now.
So in Hope's old age, she's basically just been using me as a scratcher. So I'll just like keep my hand stationary, making a scratching motion, and she'll like rotate her head to go to whatever spot she needs to get to. It's been adorable.
Mine just kind of does that by default if she's sleepy.
Yeah.
If anyone at any point gets sick of the cat rumbles, let me know and I will adjust.
That's never gonna happen ever, and if they do, I'll take them seriously, I guess. You never know. But still. I'll threaten to fight them.
I'll reiterate though. But looking back at chat. Yeah, the best line out of things I won't work with is the line about the best way of dealing with a metal fluorine fire is to have a good pair of running shoes on hand.
Had a moment of brief alarm, thinking that a rival had entered the house. Sometimes stray cats will just wander through because we feed them. If they figure out the two-way cat flap. Oh, you hold my hand? You sink your claws just into the first layer of skin and hold my hand?
Oh no! Gina, come on!
Do you want me to do? You want me to hold? Yeah, there we go! Feel each one of the toe beans.
Oh, there's the long-term plan.
Yeah. If she's not already holding my hand, she will hold my hand. And if she is already holding my hand, her other paw will come up to hold my hand.
Oh!
My cat is perfect.
Cold sword. Slightly larger than warm sword. And I don't need the bendy sword, not with this team.
I really like the walls in that one room. They look like pinecone scales or like a good shelf fungus, and it's just really fitting with the organic vibe of the place.
And I guess I'll just continue to use the power that we have acquired to roll through fights rather than evade them. There's a thief on this team. Diplomacy will be attempted.
Poison stick.
An exchange of ideas. I will continue to press my luck in here for a little bit. But yes, just to be sure of... I think that coral ring I got was the rare steel off of her.
Nice.
Actually, I can check. The bestiary.
Hell yeah. Oh, shiny.
The many large gaps that show just how much I've...
How many-
Yeah, so these have ribbon and reflect ring as steals. Okay, I think coral
Normal.
might be the comment there. Yeah, first spot. Yeah, well. Elven mantles, red slippers, and Hermes sandals as a drop. There's extremely valuable stuff that falls off of these monsters.
The trade-off being that these monsters will feed you your own teeth.
Yes. Though at least as well, the things I can steal off of them are quite valuable. And the things they can drop are quite valuable. So for as inconvenient as fighting the trio down here is, there is kind of grounds to recommend this place as a grind location. Just because the cash density of what you pull out of it is so high. There we go, there's the rainbow dress. Now I just need to win.
Fire immediately falls over.
You did it! Berserker, finish this. Spin the wheel? Good work, Berserker. Ever faithful. Always ready.
Trusted companion.
Takes the hit that no one else will. Secures victory. Alright, so... Rainbow Dress. One of the strongest armors in the game. Also part of a set of dancer gear that makes sword dance more likely.
Which
When you
is
spin the
very
wheel.
good.
You sword dance half the time instead of a quarter of the time. Which is now half the time you swing for essentially 4 times your normal attack power.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. That's good.
yeah. It's,
Value.
the dancer set is extremely good.
I love these weird sand ammonites so much. This isn't where you belong. Why are you here?
Now the trek to anywhere remotely more convenient to start grinding in. Although, yeah, this team was already kind of underleveled, so just having that dress and those couple of fights from the tower is doing a bit to get them more into killing position. It was Darts who had the most of an XP problem. Atoms.
Okay.
Astounding. Two atoms.
My God.
Nothing is stronger. The strength of 5
Incredible.
Godzillas. Well, that undid everything that they had done inside of Meat Fortress. Oh, no, one checkpoint? One checkpoint, right. Dragon Chamber is after the first checkpoint. We're good. It's fine.
My aunt children have become addicted to gambling. This was inevitable.
For the duration of the dungeon, let's just go ahead and re-equip the auto escape. While we're here. Preemptively hit the brakes. Team is not divisible by 3. And team is still floating, so I can just scoot over here without concern.
This is very strong. The events currently occurring. Oh, sorry.
There, it's fine.
An entire tub of cottage cheese is a powerful restorative, I can attest.
Everyone on this team is over 1,000 health. Level half, you say?
What has happened to Cryo?
Sleeping. Well,
Oh, okay, now I see what it was supposed to be doing.
Welcome, 108 new viewers to break.
all right.
But meanwhile,
Coming back from Phoenix Tower, having acquired one dress. Still need money for sandals. Land directly on town. Nice. Alright, so let's do the big liquidation here. I already bought the spells. We have spells. Have everyone else's regular equipment. This team wants 2 more pairs of sandals. Do most of what it takes to get there. Power staff is important for later. Hayate bow is no longer necessary. Killer bow and dark bow have purposes to serve. Aegis shield. Important. Diamond plate gets out of here. Armlet gets out of here. Glove gets out of here. Could ditch the reflect rings for 10,000 each. This team will just dip their toes in the void. Just a little void. They're probably ready to start exploring. Level 27 is reasonably tough for that. Right, I need to stop at a pharmacy, a World 2 pharmacy. Like, over here. Their valley is now slightly wider.
Those sheep sprites are so powerful.
Yes.
I love them.
200 more AP for 1 rapid fire. Which the ranger is just going to use directly. Yeah, this team is mostly in its final arrangement. Dancer with Time. Time Mage with Equip Ribbon. Is switching over, particularly for the final battle, switching over to Ribbon over Hairpin might be fine.
Yeah, to avoid.
Because I do have two ribbons.
Ever harmless Grand Cross.
And Think Zerker is assembled.
Mm-hmm. I
Just
think
need
Zerker is
mushrooms.
one of the ultimate platforms.
Do not want to fight things in the Sand Void. If I were already overwhelmingly powerful, it would be fine to fight sand creatures. I'll fight Landcrawler. Good fight. Cast into the double void. This is fine. This is all within parameters.
Yeah.
He decided to be more on than usual. Well, mostly it's that he decided to shut down two of my main physical damage outputs. As you do. Alright, here we are. Already our third, fourth rumble. There we go. This time we get the hat. Guess I missed acquiring the hat for other Thief Team. Yeah, there's a lot of choreography built into this fight.
Yep.
Like the fact that the whole opening phase is mostly debuffs and other shenanigans. He is toying with you. He's here to have a good time. Then news of horrible death. Just kills the mood. Alright, so finally, Beast Team has resources. Right. Right. Yeah. That'll do. Alright, you. You're gonna get in the gourd. I have reason to collect a couple of you. Okay, actually, because you evolved yourself, you're going to be much less capable of self-destructing. I'll have to do this damage myself. Alright, there's one. I want to collect a full set of these. 2 of them are for launching at X-Death, the other 2 are for later. At the X-Death immediately in front of us, not other larger X-Death. Yes. I'll load Lena's next. Yeah, I want 3 more of these, and so... Student control. Do a flip. Into the rift. And yeah, so I use Flee until we are at the verge of the fight, and then I switch over to Mix.
still really love that. Just you don't even know what you're doing here.
Oh, yep.
Well, I know what I'm doing here. Teeth. Let's go ahead and we'll down a couple of drinks first. Exactly, Ferris has had position shifted. Power of magnets. Rattler's now very large. Bold move. Alright, that took out the speed, but you can't take out hero cocktails or teeth. Teeth.
Wow, that one was disorienting.
Various creatures sealed in the rift. You're here for procurement and mild fighting. I'll fight a Ghidra.
That's amazing. Is its tail another head?
Maybe.
No, it has a kind of curly cue on the tail back.
Okay, because it also looked like one of the sets of
I
claws.
wanted it to be another head, but I had to.
Right, that is the vintage encounter. That's a powerful rare monster from the Ronka Ruins. Also, I could probably brandish the Sage Staff at it.
With this circus act of an encounter, incredible.
Spin. This room and the next one are reasonable places to sit down and do some grind. Have your levels checked. Lana, which knife are you using? With those numbers, that's got to be Thief Knife. Data.
Yeah, so what are they doing?
They are preparing to cast Math Magic.
Horrifying.
Do not approach these while divisible by anything. There's real sword dancing numbers. There's chicken knife doing what it do.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, because those drop elixirs.
Appreciating the garden beds living through this. This
It's a lot of
place
green
is surprisingly
space
good.
in the abyss.
Appropriate.
2 death dealers. Can I just remove, uninstall death dealer? Teeth. The completely silent earth shakers.
You banish something while in the void, it goes to a deeper part of the infinite void.
There's always more void. So each of these is 20. I have added 120 to Bartz's effective level.
Oh,
Now 140. Let's boost somebody else now. All right, everyone. Everyone.
oh no.
Alright, so I did not mix the chemicals that make you invulnerable. I instead started with mixing the chemicals that make you destroy your enemies. X is faster than that. I will perhaps first mix the bone shielding juice. Oh, but now this time I have had Lena not switch to mixing. That's fine. So, Phoenix down plus Older Wonder. New plan. Crow will solve everything. With science. It's a pyramid crew. Just over here, finding numbers.
Love this strange bat thing.
Skull bat creature. Land ray.
It looks like the skull is a decoy and that its actual mouth is the rib cage.
And yeah, most of chemists, all the unconventional chemist buffs last for the entire fight. Is their deal. Hammer should be worth reasonable money.
Appreciating the leg brace that the bio soldier has there. It's neat. You keep your ankles in their homes.
Mm-hmm. Over the course of any given run, I use more gold needles to destroy stonework than I do to cure petrify.
That's great. It just disperses them, huh?
Right, I need to fall into that room to get that box. Okay, so dragon catching. Get in the tube. Might as well make an attempt at performing the dragon surgery to get the other ones. It'll be more difficult without the benefit of the gourd. That one's still too strong. Alright, 2.
Nice.
And that one's dead. Alright. Pass the gourd over to Ferris. Or no, Ferris already has one. Who's missing? Karts does not yet have one. Alright, here we go. Bone mail. Bone mail. Bone mail. Bone mail.
Did bone mail betray us?
Bone mail knows when the time is right. This team does not need to bother with the bow, since they don't have a convenient way to go for it.
Does that affect them very much?
Some say that sword dance continues to this day. Oh, but there's not a... We gotta walk back out. We don't get the free exit twice. Interesting.
It's right that there's still things to learn about this game, even after having played it many, many times.
Normally, I don't bother to return to the pyramid.
Is it typically just not worth it?
Nah. Well, yeah, exactly that. You get what you want out of Pyramid on your first visit, and then you go elsewhere if you need anything more. Huh, a tiara. Well, we need to get out of here. Brisk like. Retrace my steps through the entire pyramid, I guess. Well, I do have fleet set up on darts, so I can escape. We have easy exits. All for the knife. Just bisect the Limia lengthwise in a single strike. I'll fight the Wood Gigas. So, Darts needs to clean up shop a bit here. Never had anyone who can use rods. Or staves. So, Morningstar out, Healing Staff also out for Darts. Atibo is obsoleted. Thornlit can stay. Thornlit has Moxie. Diamond Shield isn't needed.
Why would you want that? Just in
Avoid.
general, that seems like a terrible item.
It has a lot of raw defense. It is essentially, it's part of a set that begins with Bone Mail. Of here is cursed
I see.
equipment. And what most makes that room convenient to grind in is that the next segment is a breather of Mirage Village, frozen in time. Including the free brew that is in Mirage Village, frozen in time. We just hang out here for a while. Nothing here can withstand the chicken dance,
Few things can.
and our other weapons will contribute. They'll improve.
Love the vestigial hand on the grenade.
Have a go at this. I'm very proud.
Wait, well.
Take out the Majesty chart and remind myself. So this team, well, it's a dancer team, so what is next? What is the second most fragile class in this group? It is Time Mage, and since Berserker is here, Berserker will remind you to be a team player and not leave anyone behind against Almagest. So this team wants to get up to level 43.
Oh, that
For the
seems like a
final
lot
battle.
given current spreads.
Well, we will gain access to the strongest numbers as we go deeper into the void.
That makes sense.
Larger numbers and more efficient number harvesting methods as the team becomes very large. Our ranger still lacks their primary damage dealing tool.
There's a step beyond bees? No, wait, that's Beastmaster.
There's a
Is
step
that-
beyond bees. It is firing many arrows at once.
Ah, yeah. Of course, the Bees of Man is a submachine gun.
Spear. Wheel gives and the wheel takes away. And the other big thing is once I have a full quartet of sandals, the knock-on effects from always getting a full alpha strike.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what the sandals do.
Permanent haste.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Ferris is barehanded right now, because I had her unconfuse someone. They re-equip the stick.
Just a warlock out on a stroll, walking the dogs. Cats? Girls are cats, right?
Beasts.
My beast now.
I want the ice brand for this team. Old sword.
I remember Jackanapes. Less of a problem now?
Less of a problem now. Cannot be controlled.
I'm surprised I remember Jackanapes. I don't remember quite why, but I must have made an impression.
How did you not get through its armor with a jump? Yeah, well, Sword Dance also didn't quite do it. Well, everyone's mad about this.
Except
Now
for
exactly
Dragoon.
2 people are mad about this. How did you defeat the ocean? Had to happen at some point.
And this is just a standard NPC.
Yes. There we go. Wrong sword. Ice brand's on the left. Well. Well.
Placing hope in Dragoon.
Dragoon
Correct
decided to
choice.
land away from the fight. Right, so inventory management on this crew here on darts is, yeah, doing endgame prep and has found 1 sandals worth of cash. Just rooting around. Darts does not need teeth. Bitch, the diamond helm, the diamond plates, other armor. You went back in for the white and black robes so that I could sell them. Yeah, no one on this team uses these. Our armlet goes out. Our drink. This team does not use the tiara. This team does not use the Gaia hammer. Get rid of Flame Shield and Ice Shield. And Moon Ring is very obsolete. That's 2 sandals. Could sell the Protect Ring. Or any of my old Reflect Rings.
East Island G! Hey, why the hell didn't you wait for me? I miss out on everything. You guys are unfair to me.
Never like sending those off. Also, wait, where did the Pearl Ring end up? All the way up here. There's a 3rd set of shoes.
Nice.
So for this team, job-wise, Paris learns Rapid Fire, becomes Monk with Rapid Fire, leaving Krill to become Ranger. And maybe eventually learn Rapid Fire by the time we're done with the whole run. If not, probably just be spare Zenonage. And that's fine. So allowing for the 3rd set of sandals that will be complementary. This team is mostly geared up. Any additional cash that piles into them will be for supplies. And this team otherwise just faces that, yeah, you sure do need to be some minimum height before you can really dig into and live in the void.
That makes sense. It's not a place for babies.
Space between dimensions. Let's see if we can fight a couple of sand things. So without anything to mitigate the chicken knife right now. I should instead be swinging Assassin Dagger.
Yeah, clearly.
Assassins know how to defeat sand. Sand is life, anyway.
Right. Okay.
Right. Battle. Just tabbing over to having the mix chart visible again.
Very potent still frame there for a second, though.
Still going to toss Phoenix down and set these other rubes to use them as a blade of armor. Have to consider that at some point they could be zombified, and that would be used against me. For now, we'll just make Krill very tall.
Love her little angry eyebrows. Every Kryl sprite is a joy.
Alright, so Turtle Shell. Plus Maiden's Kiss. Alright, good. Good start.
I was in the middle of taking a drink when that number occurred.
And let's see, while I'm also here, Dragon Fang plus Dragon Fang plus Phoenix down. Although that's dispellable, so actually let's just add another stack of power. The thing to do would be Turtle Shell and Antidote. You take the soup.
Ah. What would the number do if left alone?
That number is a countdown to Bard's dropping dead. To Art's dropping dead.
Ah. Polite to tell you how much time you've got.
Anyway. We bite.
Yep. Oh,
They have fun
yep,
there.
okay.
Now we have numbers to collect. Spin.
Can the death roulette backfire and take them out?
Yes.
Good. Correct.
It will abide by the wheel.
I can respect them then. Wait, all of this was just in a basement? Okay.
Many doors lead to basements.
Let the homeowner know that their incredibly elaborate grow house has a pest problem.
On the one hand, it would be nice to have the last X-Death defeated before closing out the night. On the other, could just as well close out the night with X-Death in progress in the roulette. If something is immune to death, then the roulette will not, it will try to land on it and fail.
That's rad.
If something is undead, it will accept the free heal that comes from winning the death wheel.
It's the real technology that you can get at any point.
Roulette is a blue magic.
Hmm. Sword dance is so big.
When the team reaches a point where they become divisible by something, you move over into the next room and grind there instead. It has been 7.5 hours of this. At the next shift, that will be the conclusion.
Oh, lost light then?
I can think of one exception that would prompt going for one more leg. See if it comes up in 4 to 6 minutes. Well,
I enjoyed
okay,
it
so
being-
that was a shift. It was not back into X-Death, so There we go. 2 teams are in the void. Others may follow. Next time.